Probably should have put the hat on first, but we're back, fellas, for the 100th video. Well, this is 100th video part 2. Make sure, yeah, it looks like we're getting audio feed and such. Thank you so far to everybody who called in. We heard from Jace Schiff. We heard from Arch. We heard from Sewell. We heard from Dodger Blue. It's been a lot of fun. The hat is back, Sewell. That's right. Sewell's back. And Hector, hey. Okay, let me ask. Do you prefer Darrell or do you prefer Hector? Because I've seen people call you both, and I've called you both. But I hope Murph comes back because I wanted to start with the just 21 real quick. Doug, hello. Doug, did you ask me before? Darrell, gotcha. Am I saying that right? That's the other question I have. Doug, were you who asked me about Henrietta? I know I've talked to someone before about Batavia, and, forgive my memory, but I know I have talked to someone. Okay, Darrell, I am saying your name right. Yes, so I have talked to you. You mentioned Henrietta before, and you mentioned, Batavia and all that before, right, Doug? So as you see, I'm loading up 21. Your family's in Henrietta. Okay, yeah, I was just in Henrietta a lot. We were actually way out in Churchville. My in-laws bought a camper, and they were getting it winter-proofed, and they were hooking up a trailer so they can hook up the truck on the back of their camper, and they did it at Camping World out there in Churchville. Wilkins is the place. And then the next day, what were we out there the second day for?
The first day we were out there for Jaden's lunch.
Oh, that's right. My nephew went to college. My nephew went to college in Geneseo, and we stopped in Henrietta to have lunch at Taisho Hibachi place and saw him off. So, and then we stopped on the way back and had lunch at Cracker Barrel the next day after dropping the stuff off at Churchville, which, by the way, I ran over this big old frickin', it was like this big. It was like a bolt and put a hole in my tire. And the folks over there were kind enough to do it for us. They fixed it because they have all the lifts and stuff and have the means to fix that. So, yes, Dodger Blue, we're back. I hated to leave when I did because I felt like we had a good thing rolling on there, but the poor wife was starving, so we ran over to Webster, had some Applebee's for dinner because my wife had a coupon. We figured we might as well use it. We were going to save it for lunch, but plus it's so late, nothing else is open anymore. Do you guys run into the same thing? In my neck of the woods, everything stays closed. Everything's closed at like 8 o'clock since COVID. Nothing's open past 9. Even 8. A lot of the places are 8. Mario's back. Hello, Mario. Does anybody else have stadiums from 21? Does anyone remember the terrible controls of 21? It's such a mess. This is the one I figure we'll start here. This is Monsters Park. This is see the easy mode down here? If you don't remember to switch it to pro, you can't do half the things you're able to do. So, but this is Monsters Park. Monsters Park. Is that what I called it? See, I don't even know how to bring up the stadium properties. Oh, yeah, it's all down here. Monsters Park in Tokyo, Japan. I just kind of assigned it to them. No. I went with a red home run fence, had the fountains kind of in the middle of these two field level seating, and then the lower level of bleachers. Now, I was so used to running out of room that I used the crappy old school bleachers here instead of like the Dodger ones, the nicer ones. In the corner, I had it go all the way around. This would probably look better. How simple is this? Oh, nope, it all connects. There's not one little spot there. But it's pretty standard around and behind. And then left field is what I really like in this stadium. What do I have? What is going on? I want to pull this out a little bit more. Again, the luxury seats right along the home run fence. And then you have the small section of seating right in front of the aisle. And then there's another one here. And then you had this level and then the top deck. And then I think even in the newest version I had, which would be the 22, I even added a row of luxury seats up here. Then you had this deck coming off. And then Legends Landing, I think, actually turned out better in the other version. But the concept I wanted to start with this stadium is just this big row of solar panels. And this was a lot of tedious work because they don't snap together like that. I wanted it parallel to this batter's eye. And in this game, you couldn't even group the props together. Holy crap. Did I just delete one? And you can't copy one? Oh my gosh, how do you... Oh my dear Lord. I don't remember at all how to use this thing. Okay. Yeah, I remember you had to do triangle to go up and down. Then you hit it again, and you can go back and forth. How the heck do I zoom? Oh, my God. Maybe I can't do this, guys. But, yeah, this is Monsters Park. I like the newer one better. I added some luxury seats over here. I think this jolts out a little bit more. I think there's more layers in here with the bleachers in the 22 version. But this is one I wanted to recreate just because I love left field so much. But I can never get myself to do it. Yeah, it's very frustrating, Darrell. I can't stand the fact that everything's closed at 8 now. I enjoyed our call. Be great to do it again sometime once I have an actual microphone and cam. Oh, absolutely, Dodger Blue. We'll figure out a way, you know. Like Sewell said, he wants to get something going, too. I remember living in Vegas. If you wanted buffalo wings after 2 a.m., you had to ring the doorbell to get let in. Okay. What stadium are you talking about here, the cool remix? Subject Skyline, which nobody did better than you. Contemporary pieces are... Looks like we're talking about a Sewell Stadium. My key to making a good-looking city is to pick 6 to 8 volumes. Just space them out. Okay. Oh, Darrell, you didn't play 21? I hope it's not too late for Murph. It's like midnight here on the East Coast. Well, I'm not exactly on the coast, but you know what I mean. Oh, you're talking about the remix stadium, right? Yeah, I showed the remix of Twitch Stadium. Yep, okay. So, Doug, you're fresh one? Low Gear Man missed the stream. Okay. Hey, there's Dan. Hey, man, are you around for a while? Do you have any stadiums from the 21 version? You can't even go out. You have to be in the stadium to go to the vault in this game. I wonder if people are still making stadiums and uploading them on this game. And see, that's another thing I liked about the other vaults. The logos and the players and the rosters, all those vaults, you can... It shows you the date of which it was uploaded. Whoops, that's not going to work. No, 21, okay. Oh, there's Murph. Murph, what do you got? Give me a 21. I can't wear this hat. Oh, the hat's got to go. The string's just too tight. Plus, this one has 100 on it anyway. Schmitty. I'll look yours up, Schmitty. Here we go. Old school Murph. 26 pages. Here's your here's that Qualcomm you were talking about. Okay, Fredington Field. I'll do that one next. Yep, got the palm trees. Did they have a green wall? But yeah, this wasn't as closed as the one on the Dodgers Dodger Blues version. All the way around and behind looks pretty standard. Now, this was a football stadium first, or was it a baseball stadium first? Surrounded by parking lot in the mountains. Remember Art saying something about all mountains, too. There's the Qualcomm, or Jack Murphy at the time, right? Fredington Field. I'll do that one next. I just wanted to bust in here real quick because we spent a lot of time on Dodger Blues, and I remember you saying that you did one before it was closed off. Pretty cool. Yeah, you don't see this much anymore. If you keep adding seats to a point, they give you... What the heck? But yeah, if you reach the max, which is what obviously it seems to be 60K, then if you create more stands, there's no people sitting in them. And you don't see that as much in the newer games. And the other thing I talked about when I first signed on earlier today is that the grass patterns disappear if you go outside the original templates. Oh, you made a little camera well. What did you use? Oh, it's okay. It's a concession stand. See, I feel like I don't even know how to zoom in anymore. R1 and L1, okay. Like, is this one even still a thing? I know the sausage one is. Cedric Diggory just bit it in the other room. Like this popcorn one? Is this one still around? It's so weird trying to use the old functions. Here's all the furnishings. A lot of the stuff that's still in the game today. No laser ribbons. Heck, even plaza level seats didn't have the laser ribbon in front that come with it. The flags, we don't need to go through the flags. Here's the roadways that existed at the time. Parking lots. Parking garages. Did they have the big mountain in this one? The red rock and the sand, the mountains. No water. No water. Not nearly as many concourses. You don't have the grass and the dirt and the sand and the ice and snow and all that. See the glove? There's the glove. That's a good idea, Sewell. A showdown challenge with props from 21. And you can sort that, right? All the letters are the same. Not a single change to the letters and numbers. There are new stands for once, so that's cool. Here's all the buildings. You put my name into the couplet of fire. I mean, I don't know why I'm going through this. You can do this like I just said in the. It is kind of fun though to see. Oh, I want to see the one building because it's different now. Wow, I've been through them already. That's how few buildings there were. This one. Well, they must have changed it in this version of the game, too. Still got it going up and down. Here's light structures. Can you pick up his bowl that's down here, too? He keeps trying to lick that out. Poor dog is hungry and we can't feed him. He's diabetic, so we can only feed him every 12 hours. Oh, okay, I guess there weren't. And then here's the features. A lot are different since then. All right, let's back out of here. I'm sorry. Murph, we want to see your stadium. Go to the vault. I do kind of like that you can access the vault without having to back out and wait for it to load and blah, 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 blah. It is kind of nice that you can go right from here to another, right out to the vault. I don't like that it's the only way to get to the vault, but search. They're already out, Sam and Dan. It's for that raceway. Just a couple different roads, maybe a building or two with a different sign on it, maybe a different sign. This looks bad, low. Oh, it looks bad, LOL. Murph Freddington Field, there it is. Here we go. Oh, I remember passing this one. I remember seeing all the rocks. And it says you have to download it, but you're not saving it, so. Lots of rocks and waterfalls. And see, look, the laser ribbon was just all black. Now, even in a game, nothing comes out of that, right? There's no, like, scoreboard on it or anything. I wonder what my Ricky Davis League team looked like back then. This is cool with the scoreboard in front, just over the home run fence. Pretty standard around and behind. And no night games. Like, you had the light towers, but I'm pressing square, can't turn the lights on. That version was my first ever stadium. Okay. What's the matter? You didn't spill anything or anything? So I'm looking up the same stadium. Does anybody else have their first stadium ever in this version? I can show mine. Here it is, fellas. Are you ready to see Brandon? What's up, buddy? Are you guys watching history right now? The first ever Murph 075 stadium. I never cared for this template. I don't like the going down twice. It's not bad. Concourse under here with all the statues is cool. Oh, and there's tables right up to the statues. And these guys are hitting some balls out of the park. Got the playground and the wiffle ball field and the arch. That's one thing I meant to ask Arch when I had him on. What does Archmage stand for? Where did that come from, that screen name? 3 levels of decks. It's not so bad, Murph. I've seen plenty worse than this in the vault, dude. I think that infield looks even better here than it does in the newer versions of the game. How do I change that? The dirt. Ugh, that one's terrible. With that huge home plate circle and the white around the main part. See, that's the one I would have used in this game. I probably used this one a few times too. 9. Maybe this one. See, back then, the only pattern that had my favorite infield pattern was that one with it, and it was terrible. I like this one, too. I use this one a lot, too. I like the outfield the best. And that infield is acceptable. I want to say Camden Yards used that pattern a lot in the infield. But that's always been my favorite. But are you ready to see something that you can do in this that you can't do in others? Oh, your memory's too high. Darn it. There it is. Murph 075's first ever stadium in MLB The Show. Oh, the memory. Yes, it was changing. I'm sorry. Do you guys want me to move that? Can move that down there, maybe? Or I can cover my ugly fat face, too. Scoreboards were all the same except for the shark, and there weren't many different ones. Do they still have this one? I'm not sure if I run into this one anymore. I think they added a couple more flat ones. Like maybe a bigger version of this one. Yeah. I think there may be a couple new ones other than the shark. Uh-oh, Sammy and Dan's got one in there too, huh? Can I tell you what you won't find in the vault in 21? Costco Field. I think I'd have to bust out the vault. Yeah, here's that Marco Stadium I told you about. That one's gorgeous. Here's the first ever version of Airlines Field. Back when you can put windows together. Here's Brooklyn Bomb Squad Stadium. This is one I downloaded and changed quite a bit. I liked left field. Had a lot of dead space in center. I remember this one, too. This one I found fairly late in 21's life. This is one of my favorite stadiums ever. I should look this one up and see if I can track down the original creator. This was way back in the first version of the game, and it's one of my favorite stadiums ever. It looks like it could be a Laraco stadium, doesn't it? I think I added this top deck above these buildings. Yeah, this has such a Laraco vibe to it. It has to be Laraco. But I love the two decks here between these two buildings and these custom balconies that he built off this building and the plaza level seating. And he angled this right for this to be in here in right center field. Yeah, he does the grass patches too. This has to be Laraco. Look at the blue windows next to each other. I miss them. I miss them so much. Come on, SDS. Get your shit together. It's pretty standard around and behind. Save the little gap here. The little bridge. Yeah, this definitely has all the makings of a Laraco stadium. And it's one of my favorite ones ever. I used it quite a bit towards the end. It's fantastic. This screams Laraco. Not Laraco, Marco. Marco 113002. Yeah, the windows, it's devastating, isn't it? There's been so many times where I wanted to put a scoreboard or a sign behind or have people sitting and chilling underneath a fence. But you just can't do it anymore. It's so crazy. I keep wanting to turn the lights on, but you can't do it. Sempra Field. Yeah, that's a good one. You guys can't hear Harry Potter in the background, can you? I don't want to get hit up for... Oh, I'm still in the vault. Okay. And this was the only vault, too. There was no, like, popular ones or anything like that. That's what I wanted to do online. Okay, he only has 5 pages, so this should be easy enough. Suncoast Gardens. Yep, that's the one I have downloaded. That looks like a remix one, or a retractable roof. NV Energy. That sounds familiar. Yep, there it is. Bank of Montreal Cityplex. Either I changed the name or whoever I downloaded it from changed the name. See, the seats aren't above those buildings in left center field, but that's the stadium. Yeah, I could tell that was Marco going back to it. I remember using this one, too. Anthem Field. I turned this into a Minneapolis stadium because it looked like it could have been a dome. Nintendo Stadium. I thought about trying to rebuild the Wii baseball stadium, but I didn't know if it would be popular enough for people to check it out. And I also want to recreate some of the Dusty Diamonds All-Star softball stadiums. Do we have any Dusty Diamonders out there? Now, can I look up vault options? My vault. $66. Oh, I remember this one. I want to see if I can find my first stadium. Oh, I'd have to go to 66 pages. Let's see how long this takes. My first stadium ever was a piece of... Oh, I know how I can change this up. That should help. There we go. You think your first stadium was bad, Dan? Check out this hunk of garbage. No, not there. Right there. Voila. Oh, I saw the stadium and I said, looks good to me. Talk about quirky dimensions. Holy shit. I had all this dead space between the seats and the... Oh, my God. What a hunk of garbage. Just random red rock between the stadium and the city. Doug, listen. Only I can pick on it. Maybe hot garbage, but it's my hot garbage. But I always liked how this looked. This I was happy with. I tried to leave the two windows open and then next to it, the luxury plaza and the big scoreboard next to it. I never thought that looked bad because it looked like it was built right into this building. And then the old school lights on top. And I liked the casino. And these lights didn't light up. Oh, what a pile of shit. Nothing underneath. Why wouldn't I move that closer? Oh, do I still have it in easy mode? So annoying. I'm so glad they got rid of that. But yeah, look even here. I'm not close to anything. And they're redding me out. Is it? Nope, it's not a memory thing. But see, this is like I said. I put a prop next to a prop next to a prop. And there's a random tree and here's a random tree. Oh, and here's some signs. You know, no rhythm or rhyme to it or anything. Oh, my dear Lord. Oh, seats 37 people, 37,000 people. This big, huge scoreboard up here. What a hot pile of garbage indeed. Now, see, I wish this was an option. Like Yankee Stadium style. Just hook the lights right up to the thing. Even in the versions where they did have lights, you could use these, but the lights wouldn't turn on. And then they finally fixed it where they got rid of these instead of using them as lights. But I would really enjoy having those as a light option. Oh, my dear Lord. It's terrible. I got to get out of here. What, Charlie? I can't give you any food, buddy. I'm sorry. Come here. You want to say hi to everybody on National Puppy Day? Was it today, babe?
Yeah.
Come here, buddy. There's my good boy. Come here. Daddy wants you to say hi to everybody. Here's Charlie. Here's my little guy, my little one-eyed pup. He's my old man, aren't ya? Did you smell that burger I slobbered all over my face today? I used a wet wipe. You can still smell them burgers. And all that bacon? He's my old man. He's 13, babe. Yep. Diabetic, bad knees, one eye, cataract surgery, can't stop itching. But he's my little buddy, aren't ya? Can you get Daddy a kiss? Oh, thank you for my kiss. Thank you so much. This is my little buddy. Apparently it's National Dog Day. So my wife posted a very adorable picture of him online on Facebook. He's my little buddy. Poor guy's hungry, but we just can't let him eat anything. It's so sad. Oh, okay, why are we still... Why? Was that it? Okay, wait. That's what it was. I wish we had this feature back. So it looks like if you went like this and then hit the button, hit the sensory bar thing, and then hit triangle, boom, it brought you right back to behind home plate. I want that feature back. That's the one thing I miss about the original version of this game. No matter where you are, you hit that sensory bar, that big thing in the middle there, and then up in the corner it says square. It'll bring up the grid, and triangle, reset your camera. That is an amazing feature that they need back. Very passionate about that because this is the view I always want to see when a stadium's done. And even from this view, right center field, I think looks really good. It's the rest of the garbage that needs fixing. How this turned into what the ballpark at the Moonshot Casino looks at now is just beyond me. 4 years in the making. 4 different versions of the game. Oh my God, get out of here. Get me out of here. It's like in Iron Man 2 when Hammer can't turn the TV off. When Iron Man's showing all of his prototypes fuck up and shit in the Senate hearing at the beginning of the movie. We did, Sewell. Anybody else have their first stadium? I'll bust out 22 if I have to. I have it right here. If anybody wants to see their first stadium ever. My first decent version of the ballpark. I'm not sure if I have it. I'm not going to go back into the vault if I don't. If I have it in mind, I'll look at the thumbnail. Yeah, right here. I think this is decent. It's respectable. There's still some dead space at $3.99 just because I had so many. But see, the same basic premise with that building kind of hosting the casino and all that up over there in right field. And then I had like 2 different versions of that. This was a stadium I remember working on a lot that was in the vault. This one was towards the end of the life. This one! Ooh, I want to show you guys this one. I love this one. This is the stadium I use for the Manhattan Express. I love these 2 buildings out here with the plaza level seating attached to it. Is it still on that stupid easy mode? Oh my God. It must go back to it. But they put a custom roof on the building and a little bridge between the 2 buildings using the arches. And then I think I made the big wooden wall in right center. And I may have put the distances in. I don't remember. But there's a little pool and some picnic tables and some trees with the flags. And then I love this concourse that jolts back. And I added more decks and maybe that building too. But he had all this stuff back here. I remember this being one of like the first good stadiums I found in the vault. I like this one. It's so simple now compared to the ones we have, though. But isn't that fantastic, guys? I remember telling Sewell about it. And I remember him liking the idea of that. But you press that bar and you bring that menu up and you hit triangle. Whoops, what did I do? And then boom, you're right back. That's so fantastic. Uh-oh. Sounds like Sewell doesn't like Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster. He did a great job. Oh, you know what? I think I deleted some of the roads. I think he had a road in a better city out here, too. But I deleted it to put the buildings up because you can see them more than you can the street. Don't kill Cedric. Is he your girlfriend? See, Express Field, I use it for the Manhattan Express. 2021. Where is your mom, Potter? Is she dead? Oh, Harry Potter 5. One of the most depressing movies ever. Oh, he loves those games. Okay. If Frontier made a Planet Baseball, I'd never play the show again. Uh-oh. But here's the question. Can you play in those stadiums and those things that you make? This was a fun one I found. It was deep. It was hard to hit a home run in this ballpark. It probably had the elevation really low, too. This was one I made that was one of my cleaner ones. This one I assigned to Boston. I liked right field. This gave me episode 1 through 3 droid vibes. Looked like the droid head. Roger, roger. This is one of the cleaner stadiums I ever made back then. I always thought this building looked good, like, to face off a stadium. And I remember it being really hard because it did want to swing me around. But I called it Liberty Field for the Rebels. And I blended these fountains together and put it right in the middle. And then in the middle of these outfield seats, I did that. The picnic table up top. Then I connected the bridge that took you to the party pier. Yeah, I remember liking the stadium. Not enough to recreate it, but I thought it was pretty cool. Ferris wheel doesn't move in this one. Does it when the new one? I know the standalone prop does. I don't know about the party pier. I can go to 22, Murph. I was trying to think if there was another. Oh my God, it switched to easy mode again. I'm so glad they got rid of that crap. Why couldn't they bring that closer? And why do they always want to start me going up and down instead of anywhere else? Yeah, see, I should have had that closer if I could. Right on top of it. Nice background. Thanks, Schmitty. Yeah, I liked the stadium. I liked right field. I liked left field. Okay. But it was hard to hit a home run here, too. Altitude 2,000 feet, so it shouldn't have been too hard to hit a home run. This was really tough because it was deepest part of the park, and I made the wall bigger. Even back then, I was worried about the lives of my artificial people. I think the grass in here looks better now. It looks greener, healthier grass. Thanks, Dodger Blue. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the stadium. Do you guys like the... Oh, my logo kind of blocks it now, but... You guys like that better there so it's not blocking the stuff? Oh, this one. You found this all over the first 2 versions of the game. What did they call this stadium? But it had this like big like plaza area or courtyard that went back. I remember using this field for Puerto Rico. Jeez. Oh, I remember this crappy little stadium I made too. I used this for Rochester. I wanted to build a concourse that went around the whole stadium. Nothing special in here. And again, I tried to use a bigger wall in center field because usually you see the bigger walls elsewhere. HEB Field. Ooh, this one's a good version of this. This was the first version of the Tiger Stadium or the Michigan Stadium, the Michigan Wolves. What do I call? Oh, Wolfpack Park is what I call it now. I like this section under here with the roof. And then, oh, what is all that sticking out? Oh, my God. Is it the roof? Yep, it's... There's something else in there sticking out, too. Oh, the building. I think this is another clean version. I like this lone luxury seating section with the strikeout meter and the little roof, and then the concourse above it with the 2 scoreboards. The main thing I wanted to do out of this one was surround the batter's eye hill with stands, and I liked how that turned out. Not crazy about this little concourse area, but I'm sure you recognize this. Yeah, it's weird how even older versions of stadiums, you just find different things that you like better in the older versions. And this warehouse I use a lot longer in the other versions of this stadium. HEB, I think it was a company in just some random company I looked up in Michigan or wherever I used the stadium. Where did I assign the stadium to? San Antonio. So it's probably a big company in Texas. Holy effing ballpark. What does that mean? Yeah, I like this one. The goal here was to be able to hit ball home runs on the roof, or kind of the 2 roofs because you got the canopies too, and to try to hit the scoreboard and maybe even over the scoreboard, but I don't think I ever got over the scoreboard. Oh, HEB. Holy. There you go. Gotcha. Don't call me Nymphadora. All right. So, Dan, you and Murph, you said you guys both had stadiums in 22 you wanted to check out, right? We can definitely go in there. I remember liking this one a lot, too. I assigned this to Vancouver because it looked like it was away from the city and kind of like a nature or almost like a wild area. Nike Stadium. This was a different version of Camden Yards someone made, and I added all the luxury seats in right field and way up top. Liberty Field, that's the one I made. All right, I've been through all these. All right, last call for 21 stadiums. Anybody? I'll bust out 22. Yeah, HEB. I just Googled San Antonio and looked for big companies. That reminds me, Sewell. Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. Schmitty, you do have one. Okay, I'll get to yours next. I just came in here because I have to access the vault through a stadium. I liked right field over here. I think this all looks good. The problem was you couldn't reach any of it. You couldn't reach any of this. And that's why I pulled it up and over into here in new versions of the stadium. But the problem with that is you can't get this building close enough. And I wish that was the case because I like how this stuff kind of wedged right in between those buildings. But I built this concourse that went all the way around. Yeah, I like this. The pool was wedged in nicely over here with the seats. But you can see where it grew from this version of the stadium to what it is now with the portal and the rover. There was a version where I had rovers like everywhere. Like I had rovers like in the middle of the seats. Or not rovers, portals. There's Club 44 spelled out. All right, sorry. I want to look up. I want to go to the vault. Ah, damn it. I'm just going to search Las Vegas. because you mentioned anomalies, and there. This is the stadium. I hope this version has it. Yep. Boom. Look at that. Very first version of the game, I noticed that this existed. And I never thought to download it and move it and use it as my... Oh, but look at this. It reds out. Is that because of memory? Nope, it's not red here. So this anomaly reds out in the field. You can't necessarily get it closer. Sue, I'm so glad you said anomalies. Thank you, buddy. But here it is, the very first version of the game, and I remember seeing the Twins batter's eye moved. And when I first saw Jedi Yanks Park, this is the first park I thought of. And I remember liking the stadium. I used it. It's a little bit of a hot mess, but it's still fun. A lot of different decks and layers and targets. So I thought that would be cool to see real quick. All right, Schmitty, let's take a look. Do you have one in mind, or should I just look up your screen name? I think we might have a little bit of a lag. I think that's it, right? Is it Schmitty VG3? Whoops, nope. Did I change it to user? Yeah, I changed it. Is there supposed to be an H in there? Yeah. Are you guys still with me? Or is it that much of a lag? I have a new user to show Stadium for. The Gaming Kitchen, hello. Dude, nice to have you. I saw you started the racetrack stadium. That looks cool. You don't have do I have your name right? Schmitty VG3. Oh, not VG. Okay. Schmitty, it's just Schmitty 3? No 3. Schmitty VG, no 3. Like that? No, that's not right either. Schmitty the Kid. Oh, there's only 3 pages of Schmitty's? Okay, well, I can go through just 2 pages of Schmitty's. Or 2 more pages. Oh, my God. I remember back in the day, there were so many Field of Dreams. Ugh, it was so annoying. This was the Costco of 21. I'm not seeing any just by Schmitty VG. Let me try this again. Schmitty VG. Do I have it spelled right? Schmitty VG. Whoops, I forgot the H again. You can't remember any of the names of your stadiums back then? Were you at one time the Schmitty 2323? Keeps bringing up the same ones. I like all the volcanoes, all the fire sticking up. G Schmidt 22 maybe? All right. Okay, I'm going to go to 22 then. So that was cool seeing the anomaly way back in the original game. I wonder how they got it there. Oh, he closed it off himself. Oh, I just deleted it. Oh, maybe this is what they need to do. You got to hold down the thing to delete it. That could be nice. Be a good way to not accidentally delete stuff. Of course, it takes a lot longer to delete stuff. But that was fun going through some of the old stadiums. Just using that tool, though, is terrible. I was a diehard disc guy. I don't know why I should. With the shows, I never return the shows. I've got all of mine pretty much way back to like 17, I think. Really? You think there were more creators in 21? See, I didn't really pay attention to the creator as much back then.
I was 15歳の時、自分の道を決めました。僕は夢を叶えるためにこの表を作りました。これが僕の目標でした。可動域。奥行きをイメージ。
That's one thing I never got to do is show some of my stadiums from the first version. 22, I don't know if... Where is 22? Oh, shit. Let me check the other room real quick. Oh, I put 22. Oh, my Lord. I put 22 in the game. What an idiot. Oh, boy.
Welcome to the show.
The Shohei version. Lights. Laser. Nope, no laser. Where was there laser ribbon? I don't think so. I think it worked, but only on the field level. Hey, did you guys know that MLB The Show 23 is available now? Man, they sure swept that shit right under the rug, didn't they? This whole gambling thing. They got rid of that in a hurry because they want him to be the face of baseball. And it has to be just because he's so popular in Japan, too. Here's one of my favorite versions. I love the 2 hit it here's in left center. This one I remember finding it towards the end of its life, the Kansas City one. Oasis, I think this is another Marco. Again, some of these I could have shown in my streams because I was streaming at the end of 22's life. Here's Lending Tree Park I remember making. Not one of my finer pieces of work, but I put it together really fast. Monsters Park, this is the newer version. I like the luxury seats in right center field better. I think the Legends Landing was a lot fancier. And then, like I said, I added the luxury seating up top of that top level. This one I remixed quite a bit. They did all the left field, the water, and the seats, and that like little second deck of bleachers. I wiped out all of right field and made it my own. Here's my first version of Hollywood Hills Stadium where every luxury box got their own pool. I remember showing this one, the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I never got around to this one. I downloaded it, but I never got around to it. If you upload a stadium called Blank Canvas, how much do you really care about it? I think I showed Rampage Rock. This one was fun to play in. General Mills I made. Didn't love it, didn't hate it. Anchor Park. This is Archmage Stadium. I use this for Rebels. And, you can tell just by looking at it, it's got an Archmage vibe to it. And there was different versions of it, too. There was a 1904 or like a 1930s, and then there was a more modern one with an electric scoreboard and all that. Showboat Field, my Atlantic City Stadium. BC Center was Marco. Different version of the ballpark at the Moonshot Casino. I loved how the hill went right up to that second level of the plaza level seating. People could hop right over and grab home run balls, but you never hit the ball over there. Who are we kidding? Do you guys remember this? Oh, they changed it. In the actual game, it's different. I like this version. See, I loved that. I thought that looked really well. It looked really good. And look, you can put the Moonshot Casino right there, and you still have blue windows right next to each other in the 22. There's my pool. Have the snack shack and the grill. See, I miss being able to do this, especially now that we have the laser ribbon. You don't have to put the stands there to have it. Sons of bitches. Sewell, let's hope so, man. But again, let's hope they do it in a way that you can carry the stadiums over. I have a feeling that's going to be a big fat no. Because I know there was a point where you could bring rosters over too, but now you can't do that anymore either. You could bring all your road to the show and all that stuff from one version to the next. I want to say it was 15 to 16 or 16 to 17 or something like that. I don't remember. But I would give anything to not have to recreate the Ricky Davis League roster every year. My dear Lord. Here's my first version of IGCP Park. This is another Marco Stadium. Oh, I remember liking this one a lot. I don't know who made this one. You'll sacrifice the old parks for a new tool, huh? I think I would too, just because a lot of my stadiums I can make fairly quickly now. but still, it would be annoying. I remember really liking this right field, this really short concourse, and this tall wall, and the Union Station going right along with it. I remember liking that a lot. And the scoreboard almost looks like it's built right into the fence, but obviously you couldn't because, you know, the redding out issue. But I like this one quite a bit. I think I messed around with the Moby deck. Get Bears Barbecue up here. Yeah, this stadium was really nice. I remember falling in love with this one immediately. This is a great little stadium. I don't know who made this one to give them the proper credit. But I found this before I was showcasing stadiums. I don't think I ever showcased it online. But I like that one a lot. What was it called? Hartford Civic Center. I think I used it for RDL Legends games. I think this is the game I started using RGL Legends, my very first one. Yeah, I wish it had that camera reset mode. Oh, I'm turning the lights on. That's right. This is the first game where you could do lights. Yeah, that scoreboard's nice, isn't it, Schmitty? I think right field in general is amazing. I love the small little concourse over this big fence. This whole thing looks really, really nice. 2 parking garages behind it. Very nice indeed. I agree, Sewell. You're right. But that's one thing I wished with Mario Maker as well. I would have loved to have the old school Mario Maker game and be able to add the new props to some of my old levels. Would you guys watch Mario Maker if they come out with another Mario Maker game? Because I'm definitely going to be streaming those if it ever comes out, if a Mario Maker 3 ever comes out for the next Switch. As long as it doesn't interfere with this channel. I don't know if I'd have to create a new channel for it, but I'm pretty sure I could do pretty well with that. I wouldn't be able to do those stupid Kaizo levels that people do where you have to like throw the shell up against the wall and then jump off the shell and keep going. Some of those are insane. I don't have the time or the patience to play the same frickin' level over and over and over and over till I beat it. I just don't have that in me. So I would tell people, listen, I'll give it a couple shots, but if I can't beat it quickly, I'm going to move on. This was the Dallas Stadium I really liked, or the Denver. Look how shallow and left. Max altitude, 271 down the left field line. 382 in the gap. 357 in dead center field. I remember hitting. I was hitting like dozens of home runs per game. He had the first class lounge because it was Denver Pilots, even though it's not necessarily those kind of pilots. But I kind of like the stacked but going backwards a little bit, and I like this funky little deck with the scoreboard base that I made. And here it is, folks. Studio 44 coming soon. Cheap plugs. I liked having the airplane sit up on top. And I like this idea. This is one of those stadiums where I had that concept in mind. I wanted this building, and I wanted to build a deck off because, it has those layers on the side, right? And I wanted one to come off the higher level and meet, and then the one to come off the lower level and meet. And then I just kind of added fans underneath. And I mentioned when Jace was online that I used the same concept with the other side of the scoreboard. But, I mean, it didn't really fit. It's like, why bother when I have the rest of it using this marble or whatever this one was called? So it didn't seem to make sense. But I used this blue building as a base a lot. And around and behind was mostly luxury seats except for the top deck. And you could definitely get up here. I liked how these two sections blended into each other. Yeah, I like the stadium. I thought about trying to recreate it, or if I want to start my own Denver, because I like to make it really, really, really shallow. And either one of that has to play again real quick, or play the pilots again quick. Thanks, Mario. Yeah, I like the stadium. I had fun building this one. I went back and farted around with right field quite a bit, like adding this roof and changing these bleachers and stuff like that. I like the scoreboard fitting on this little bridge and blending in the two different versions of the team store. That's another thing. The first time you could group props together was in this game. In the 21, you couldn't do that. And I like the hill in this corner. Yeah, it was a fun stadium. Schmitty, let's see if we can't find your the show 22. Thanks, Murph. But I do have a video featuring that stadium and Marks and Salesforce. This is my first Salesforce. Ugh. I'm supposed to be showing your guys, and here I am hogging all the time. I like this idea. I wanted the Yankee Stadium style building in center field with just the windows, and that's the closest one I could think of until I saw people putting a base around that one prop that has windows all in the back. And I like how left field turned out with this big bleacher section with the two on the side. And I like this little deck up here and blending in the circular building with the 3 levels of bleachers. And people, oh, standing room props, where are you here? I was trying to have people standing in this curvature. But I like this little deck where people are sitting at these picnic tables. And I closed it off easily enough out here with the gate. Then behind it was the parking garage. And then right field was okay, I guess. But I loved this. I think this is a Laraco concept I stole. I mean, I'm sure other people did it, but I'm sure he's the one I saw do it first. I'm not sure you could put that Salesforce field there anymore. At least not in that font or those letters. But yeah, I like that one too. Salesforce Field. Party Stadium, I think it's called. Okay. NV Energy, Marco. This one's Marco. This one's Marco. It looks like he recreated one from the original version. Big City. This one might have been one of you guys. I wonder if this was Arch. Roku. I remember showcasing this one. I thought this one was just very unique. Big City. Not my saves. Not most popular. Oh, look! This may make me cry. Please don't tell me it got kicked out. In the most popular vault tier. My most popular stadium, it must have been. Here's that version of it. No standing room only people anymore. It was a lot harder to hit balls out. One thing I think I kept the altitude at Chicago's actual altitude. I like this corner better, I think. But again, it'd be nicer if you can put the people at those tables like you can now. And I got the different light. I got the new light now. And I still have the people on the deck. And I still have the stadium leaking over connected to the building, which I call the headquarters of the stadium. And you can drive underneath the stadium. And then right field, I think I like this better. The restaurant back here. This is the building I was talking about, by the way. Turning around this building and putting a base around it to kind of create a custom building full of windows. I used that idea in the template stadium for Sewell. And then I think I like the second deck with the roof on it, too. And then under here with the water, I think always looks nice. Yeah, I like the United Airlines. Tier, my most popular stadium. I know it, Doug. It seems like so long ago, doesn't it? Where you couldn't add standing room creations. Okay, let's look up Party Stadium. Is this your very first one? Here it is. Party Stadium from Schmitty VG. All right, I can see the Schmitty style. I like this concourse. With the steps down to get you on these bleachers. In the middle of the beach, it looks like. So I can see where you're going to party on the beach for sure. Yep, here's the beach back here. Oh, the big set of stairs. Right behind the screen, you got some bleachers again with that one fountain with the baseball on top. Some pools. I can never remember what these things are called. Posh seating. You got a whale in the blue office building. I'm allowed to yawn at a live stream, right? When it's 1:30 in the morning. Very unique dimensions. Flip that light switch. Man, look how dark everything else is back there. Oh, okay. This one, the Ferris wheel lit up pretty good. Wow, and this is 22 version of the game. But look, only one Superman ship star. Right in the middle. Your false lighting. The 23, I think, and 24, right? Both have 4. VIP pool area, field level. Yes. Awesome, Schmitty. Yeah, there's pools all over the place in this. Lazy rivers all over the place. One back here in the corner, and then there's one over here. Man, that's a lot of work right there. Holy crap. Putting all these fences up all the way around. I did something similar with my boardwalk stadium. I created all these bridges that were like totally unnecessary, and all these they needed fences to keep people off. Do you have anything else from 21 or from 22? Is Dan still here? Dan, which one do you remember? United Airlines? Really? I always thought that the fencing was always like my least favorite part. signs. There it is. Oh, excuse me, fellas. I'm sorry. I see where it gets his name. Lots of signs out here. I think I like this. I like the outline in the 22. That's not how 23 and 24 looks, is it? That looks really cool. A hill and some trees. Yeah, you do a lot of this custom concourse stuff. I like it. Hall of Fame section. Bunch of statues lined up. Parking garage in the back. Oh, I like the fountain under the window here. That's fun. Is this how the background looks? Which one is this? Small City. Is this still how Small City looks? Doesn't ring a bell to me. Very nice, Schmitty. It's fun to see the early work. Capitalism Park. Is this one of yours, Mario? I'll go there next. Then I'll look up Sam and Dan's username. You guys can't hear the fan, right? Is that okay? Because it's a little hot in here. I don't want it to sound. I don't want to hear any of that, or you guys have to hear any of that. Oh, capitalism. I gotcha. All right, we'll search Sandman Dan's. If you think any more, Schmitty, let me know and I'll bust them out. Okay, good. Thanks, Murph. Dan, is there one in particular? There's another riverfront. Roosevelt Island Stadium. Dodger Stadium, okay. Only 3 pages. Murph, you said you had some 22 stadiums to look at too, right? City Field View. Pick one? Okay. There's one that kind of stood out. I think this one. We'll do Riverfront. Is Riverfront the name? Is that the one that you went up against Murph? Or not? But you know what I mean. Oh, this one has the water coming right in too. And I like the bridge. Nice, Dan. End caps, too. Fantastic. Dun, 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 dun. After this, I think we got to look at your first one. What was the other one called? Was it called Riverfront, though? But this does have water coming into, like, the stadium area via the waterfall. Whoa, the lights. Ooh, excuse me. You got lights way the heck out there. Okay, so the other one was also called Riverfront. I like this one a lot, too. Hit it here. Woo! That's a poke. 700 feet. Whew, man. Nice, Dan. I want to see your first stadium. If 22 was, in fact, your first game, then we should be able to sneak right on over to your first one. I agree, Schmitty. Center field was fantastic. Whoops, I forgot the N. Sandmad Ann. So City Field View then would be Sandman Dan's first ever stadium. We've seen Murph's. We've seen mine. We've seen Sewell's. Now we got Sandman Dan's first ever stadium. Oh, we've seen Schmitty's too. Sandman Dan's first ever stadium, and it's definitely one of the better firsts. Definitely better than my first. The bridge party deck. Nice. Oh, it's connected to the bridge. Look at that. There's an escalator taking you right up to the bridge and the parking garage. Okay, the parking garage will take you right out to the other parking garage. Nice. So that's more of a walking bridge then. A football field underneath the other bridge and an airplane flying along with a hot air balloon. Bad. Closed off with the gates, and you got signs in every corner. Very fun. Now, this is a very respectable first stadium. It's way better than my first two, Murph. I don't remember the outfield being so terrible. The dimensions of my field. I can't stop yawning, guys. I'm sorry. Maybe I have to wrap this up. My wife's already snoring in the other room. That's healthy, right? Eat a big meal at Applebee's and then come home and fall asleep. We actually sat there for a while, too, and just talked before we came home. It's about a 15, 20-minute drive. Yeah, I like this stadium quite a bit. Concourse in center field is nice. I think we're all used to kind of building up the concourses, though, right? Higher than the home run fence. Oh, and here's a gate to get in. Very nice indeed. Oh, that's a good idea, having it surrounded by these two buildings. You know what? I do have to play my Ricky Davis League games. I can stay on while I play those if you want, but... Oh, there's Gay A. I do want Mark to be able to play him in the morning when he gets out of work. Sure thing, man. I thought it would be a fun concept to go back and look at some OGs. Anybody else have an OG from 22 they want to look at? Only got 8 people watching right now. But this, I think, was it? I think it was this. This was Marco's best game, 22. So many stadiums that I used of his. Schmitty, you had something else you wanted to see, right? I still can't find you by your online. Murph, okay, we'll do that one next. east. And New Kansas City, okay. Well, Zachy, did you ever go to Kaufman? Kaufman's one of the older ones that I liked. Even when it was artificial turf, we used to like that stadium a lot. And then it was that much better when they turned it to grass. Oh, now this is a cool idea to kind of build this box around the batter's eye that you can't get close to anyway. I think that helps make it look better to kind of limit the dead space to that. The President Casino. Yeah, this gives me Ozark vibes, right? Didn't they own a steamboat casino? So wait, you can operate a casino just going up and down the river? I thought you had to be in international waters for that. Oh, look at this big stair area. Now, is this a real thing? Like on the other side? Like, yeah, Busch Stadiums would be back here, and there it is. So you can see part of it. That's cool. And this guy's lugging along some cargo. Fun. Then you got the bridge over here. And there you go with your little arenas. President Casino. Very nice. Faced off very well with that old school building. Nice little deck and left with the St. Louis barbecue. I almost had ribs today at Applebee's, but I remember not liking the ribs that much. I ended up just having a burger, a big bacon something burger, a new one of there. It was really good, but I made a mess of myself. Needed wet wipes to clean off my face. Home of the St. Louis Blues. Very nice stadium indeed. This all looks really clean. Blending the building around within each other. The ribs are okay. Darrell, do you have any 22? Or I think you said your 23 was your first? Or was it even 24? Wait, you said 24, right? She said you only made 4 stadiums, or maybe 5 or 6, and you submitted them all to me to show everybody. So this is from the 22 version of the game. If you're still playing it, it's the East St. Louis Riverfront Ballpark. Max altitude, of course. It'll be ready next year. 24 is your first only. Okay. Yeah, right field looks good. And, of course, outside of the stadium looks excellent as well. Didn't you do a similar version of this in a new game? Because this river with the steps and the arch is familiar to me. Did you do a new version of this? The 2 little ponds. By the way, I have brothers named Philip and Sherman. Really? I'm only a 1L Philip. I hate Philip. Oh my God, I hate Philip. If I thought it would be easy enough and cheap enough, I would totally legally change my name to Phil. That's why I always make sure I call people what they like to be called. Like we just we had to fill out some paperwork with the bank Friday, and the lady came and she's calling me Philip, and I'm like, oh my God, please call me Phil. Ugh. I'm named after some hot soap opera star my mom had a crush on in the 70s. I like the hills, too, with the bushes. Very nice. Excellent, Murph. 212344, huh? Oh, okay. Yep. Well, 21 is for Paul O'Neill. 23 is for Don Mattingly. And 44 is for Steve Stewart. But I always gave him 44 because I really liked Eric Davis too. So in a way, 44 is for Eric Davis. Doug, good night, buddy. You will probably be the first person I meet because you're so close. Maybe we need to go to like a meet at a Red Wing game or something. Let's see. Oh, you do this one, everyone. Okay. I remember seeing. I remember across the river. It looked very familiar. New Kansas City. But there's so many teams now that want a new stadium, and I hope they get them soon. And I hope the stupid A's and Rays situation doesn't hurt anything of it because it's been taking so long. Because that stupid field in Tampa's got to go, and the stupid Oakland situation needs to get figured out. But the Diamondbacks want a new stadium, the Royals want a new stadium, the Angels want a new stadium, the White Sox want a new stadium. Get all this shit taken care of. Is it not loading? What's happening? Do I need to save it first? Okay. It's a good point. That is a good point. Zach, hello, buddy. Zach, is it okay if I call you Zach? It's been a while. Like, do I know you personally or from this thing? I don't remember seeing you in any premieres, or have you submitted a stadium? Refresh my memory, Zach. The Royal Fountains out here in left. Look at them all. Holy crap. With a couple statues mixed in on the fancy concourse. Little plants. These little plants are expensive. I remember I used them in the, maybe not these specifically, but in the ballpark in the Moonshack Casino. I deleted them all and got like so much memory back. Here's the Royals retired numbers. George Brett White, correct. Frank White, is that his name? I don't know who 20 is. Is that Dan Quisenberry or Brett Saberhagen? Dan Quisenberry passed away, right? Yankees and Royals were big-time rivals in the late 70s and early 80s. The Pine Tar game and Chris Chambliss hitting the walk-off. And they used to get in a lot of fights. And then I know Don Mattingly was like so bummed out that the 85 Royals ended up winning the World Series because the Yankees, he said the Yankees knocked them around all year. And he never made it to the World Series as a player. I don't think as a manager either, did he? Not even those Dodger teams he managed, did they? Oh, okay. So, Zach, have you got in touch with me on Facebook then? Welcome to Kansas City. Yeah, that's another one where, I mean, I'm sure they need a new stadium just because the one that they're in is so old. But it's one that I want to get to before it closes down. But what else is there to do in Kansas City besides eat amazing barbecue? 21 was Frank Wright. Okay, 10 was the manager that died. Oh, okay. Ah, me too. I can see his face. Son of a bitch. Let's get the help of Google. Kansas City Royal manager retired number. Dick Hauser. I knew Frank White was in there. But that pine tar game was so funny. I saw a YouTube clip of the starting the game, where it was left off, where they called him out, and like Don Mattingly was playing third, or maybe even second, because I know he played third in one game in an emergency, and he did pretty well. They hit like 2 balls to him, and he fielded them well. Mattingly was just the fucking man. Step up off Don Mattingly. Put that man in the Hall of Fame. Another dead guy who... Sorry, I don't mean to sound so insensitive about it, but another guy who's passed away, who Mattingly's always compared to numbers-wise, is Kirby Puckett. He's in the Hall of Fame. But, of course, he's got 2 rings, and Mattingly never got one. But can you blame Mattingly for some of those teams in the late 80s and early 90s that were so terrible? In 94, everyone says it was going to be a Montreal Expos and Yankees World Series in 94, but we never had one. I remember, Zach. Okay. I got you now. You have to forgive me, man. A lot of people, since I started this, have gotten in touch. Anybody else got a 22? Schmitty, let me go back to yours. You said you had one, right? I tried to look you up by the screen name. It just won't happen. I'll have to you don't remember the name. Maybe Prop Stadium Field 1 I called it. All right, we'll try that. Those are fun. Really fun. Did I turn the lights on? It's fun looking at these old ones. I can't remember. I think I had 22 on maybe to look at some old uniforms when I was recreating the new uniforms for the Ricky Davis League. And I remember sneaking back in the vault. Here's my thing, Darrell, with the Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire. I like them a lot more than Pete Rose. Because in the 20s, 1919, the whole Black Sox scandal, that almost ruined baseball, right? But after the strike in 94, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, they brought fans back. Now, it sucks that they tarnished some very sacred records, but at the same time, it was more fun watching that than freaking Pete Rose bitch about not being in the Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. I am not a Pete Rose guy. Fuck that guy. All the stories I've heard about him are of him just being a complete and utter asshole. So I could give 2 shits if he ever makes it into the Hall of Fame. Lifetime ban, keep it a ban. I don't give a shit from what I've heard about this guy. Dude does not belong. I mean, if you want to just go by stats, I mean, the guy played until he was 85 years old. Of course, eventually you're going to get to 3,000 hit or, be the hit king. But if you ask me, if Ichiro from day one went from Japanese minors or whatever to American to the MLB, he would have crushed Pete Rose. That dude had 3,000 hits so fast, and he was so old when he did it. I mean, I think it's time to forgive and forget. It would be nice for them to admit it. The A-Rods admit it. The Pettits admit it. The Giambis admitted it. I think even McGwire has admitted it by now. I think, but you can't tell me that Pudge Rodriguez was a Reuter. So was Mike Piazza. So was Jeff Bagwell. They're all in the Hall of Fame. I think part of the problem is that they beat some of those sacred records. McGwire with Maris, and Bonds with Maris and Aaron. And Clemens, I mean, he was really good before he started roiding. I mean, you could tell when he started how he got, so thick that dude was a Reuter, and he's throwing pieces of broken bat at Mike Piazza because the roids had made him so angry. All right, sorry. Yeah, it's a sensitive issue because here's the other thing. Like Randy Velarde, he was on that list. What was the list? It wasn't the Miller list, was it? Was it the Miller list? I can't remember what the list, who did the investigating and found out who did the roids. Rafael Palmeiro, yeah, maybe. He was definitely a roider. But, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I definitely think you need to throw some asterisks there, especially if they did an asterisk for Maris when there was extra games that Ruth didn't have. Sorry, Mario, but I think it's pretty much been proven that Ortiz was a Reuter, too. Mitchell, that's it, Mitchell. Like, guys like Randy Velarde and Brady Anderson, none of those guys hit 70 home runs. So there's still a little bit something special about what Bonds did, but he was able to do it for so long when he's so old because he was roiding. Who has 3,000 hits? Palmeiro? All right, yeah, Palmeiro. 3,000 hits is usually a pretty much lock. I can't remember what it was exactly, Mario, but I think Ortiz has been linked to steroids in a cajillion different ways. I mean, look at the difference between what he was with Minnesota and then when he moved over to Boston. Is he in the Hall yet? He's retired recently enough to be in the Hall, right? What about Dustin Pedroia? He was always the Red Sox guy as a Yankee fan. Dustin Pedroia was always the Red Sox guy I respected. Him and Terry Francona. How do you not respect Terry Francona as a manager? All right, who am I looking up here? Schmitty again? You said you called it. I wish I could just look up your gamer tag. New prop stadium. Does anybody else have any in 22? Because if not, after this, maybe I could go back to 24 and start looking up some of those older sealed ones. Or I could play my game. I really should play my games. Hate to sit and make me watch those, play those. Although I am in Minnesota, at least for one of them. At the stadium that Murph created. Poppy is in the Hall. Okay, I thought so. All right, Schmitty, I lost him again. Fowler Park? Is that one of yours? I don't know how old Palmeiro was. Julio Franco, he was an old guy. Let's go. All right. Field. Maybe if I look up. Right now, Professor Snape is reading Harry Potter's mind. Did you call it Field 1? Or Field I? Oh, shit. There's 27 pages. So 22 was the first version that got some kind of props update. I remember being so excited for that. And it had some good props. It had the hill, right? Like those green hills right there. You can see them. Boston Braves Field, 1929. Now, who does this stadium reek of? It reeks of our good buddy Archmage right there. Ebbets Field, 1913-57. That sounds like an Archmage, too. Doubleday Field, I've been there. In good old Cooperstown, right down the street from the Hall of Fame. You see them pull in at the beginning of League of Their Own. Manny, you think Manny Machado was a Reuter? I looked up Fowler. It didn't show up, bro. Manny got caught when he played for the Dodgers. Did he? Yeah, Julio Franco. Julio Franco and Big Sexy. What the heck? Bartolo Colon. He's probably pitching someplace, too. And Ichiro. Ichiro's still playing. Didn't he do a thing like where he played like a women's team and he pitched or something like that? Holy crap. I remember this, the Christmas field. This looks like a YouTube thing. Christmas Field 1. Forbes Field, 1970. That looks like it could be a Arch Stadium. You know what? He does have power, Zach, but he don't even have judge power. So, I mean, it's amazing to do what he does and pitch if he ever pitches much more. I mean, every time he pitches, he ends up getting hurt. And I think his bat is a little too valuable. I'm not a fan, Durrell. I'm really not a Shohei fan. Maybe it's one of those, you know, in the 90s, I was always a Laker fan, and, you know, Michael Jordan dominated the game, and I liked him. Maybe it's a little bit of that. You hate the guys who were better and not on your team. But I don't know. There's just something about him. All right, Schmitty, I can't find these stadiums, buddy. I'm not even sure I can find your gamer tag in the new version of the game, now that I'm thinking about it. So I was certainly on his side, though, when it came to the gambling thing. If he was, in fact, gambling on other sports, what the hell does it matter? Do we expect these guys to be saints? I'm a fucking gambler. I like to play poker. You know, I get it. As long as you're not gambling on stuff, you know, that makes you look like you're playing against the team that you're on, I don't see why we care. Oh, that'll be great, Zachary. So what, are you talking about for the game or like the ones that you built on your computer? Because I'm not sure that we've ever seen a stadium out of you, Zach. Shohei is... He's all you hear about? Is that what you're saying, Murph? The stupid heart is in the way. There you go. He's all you hear about. Yeah, Shohei. People seem to love him. It was the same thing with Tiger Woods. I couldn't stand Tiger Woods when he was so popular in the golf, you know, because I was playing a lot of golf at the time he was big, and you look everywhere, and there's these dads, you know, it's like the stage moms with the kids in their beauty camp pageants. The kids started, the dads were thinking they could turn their kids into Tiger Woods. Oh, you ready to make your debut? Oh, I'm excited for that. If they're half as good as the ones you've shown me, the ones that you make outside of Stadium Creator, they should be fantastic. I agree, Mario. I wasn't a big Bryce Harper guy either until it seems like until he went to the Phillies. But I'm also not a big LeBron James guy either. He went out and had this big, like, it was like an Oprah Michael Jackson interview when he announced, I'm taking my talents to Miami. Man, I don't know. Something about LeBron rubbed me the wrong way too. But I became pro LeBron when it came to like his politics and stuff like that. So I'm more of a LeBron guy. Sam and Dan Judge is definitely a better hitter. Definitely. The dude is putting together, I mean, there's like like of the 5 best American League seasons of all time, Judge has 2 of them now. I mean, how do you deny that he's one of the better hitters? Hopefully he can keep staying healthy, and just the size of him will help, keep him to sustain his health. But it could also be a big crutch. Like, look at Stanton. That dude can't stay healthy. All right, are we done with 22? I'm sorry, Schmitty, I can't find your stadiums. So I'm thinking about heading back to 24. What do you think? And there's just something about Philadelphia now. Ever since I went to Philadelphia, I freaking love Philadelphia. My wife and I were like, seriously, like, we should move here, because New York is just an hour or 2 down the road. And, anytime the Yankees come, we're right there. And it's bigger than Rochester, but not nearly as big as New York. And it just seemed like a cool place to live. And somebody who I used to work with in radio ended up moving to Philly, and she loved it and ended up staying there. All right. Closing 22. And I don't have to take it out because I can go right to my digital 24. You think Judge will win Triple Crown one year? I don't know if he can ever pull off a batting title. He strikes out too much. Durrell, I've been good to you because you have fun stadiums, bro. Your stadiums are so fun. I mean, I can try. Like, I do have ways of, like, showing what's on my computer.
Is baseball really over? Of course not.
So, yeah, I do have ways of doing it.
It's early morning.
So I asked Jace Chiff this when I had him on the phone. My big thing, my, like, outside the box addition to Stadium Creator that I would like to see done is overhangs. I never hear anybody, like, talk about a wish list, how they would really love to have an overhang in their stadiums. So I always thought that was kind of a me. No, Durrell, we're going back to showcasing. I was going to bust out some people's, some of the older stamps. Like, was the original plan for this. Like, I have a Three Sisters ballpark from Shays, 25-25. One I showed earlier, I think may have even been the 23 version of the game. But I showcased it on 24. There was no prop evidence of it being a 24 stadium. I do want to play my games before I call it a night. But I can keep showing some stadiums. I just went back to 24 to show the newer show the newer games. I'm just going through my list. Yeah, Tom Brady. I've become more of a Tom Brady guy since he retired. Yes, I can, Dan. What was the name of it? Is that the one that had, like, the little like the baseball game out of statues? I think I stamped that one, right? Stadium Center Plaza. I'm assuming that's your stadium for Sewell's, right? I'm not going to show that one because that's his contest. I don't want to show. Did I show the station? That looks familiar. I like the new prop in center field. I'll have to try to find a way to use that. Even if it's like old school anomaly style, that still work. Kodak Field, some... oh, yeah, you made this one for Rochester, right? Yeah, you got the Garbage Plate Pub out there. Did anyone see that thing on Facebook I posted? The Sports Center featured the plates, talking about garbage plates on the on Sports Center. There's Aloha. I can't wait to play the Hawaiian Islanders and get in that park. I didn't pass the Anaheim Stadium, did I? I did pass it? Oh, wait, no. All right, Zach, sounds good, man. Dan, what's the name of that stadium, bro? It couldn't have been this far back, is it? I feel like I see it. I'm ready to go. Zach, tell me when they're ready, and I'll take a look. I'm so behind on stadiums that I want to play in, though. Some of the times I'll play in the new stadiums and I'll have a bad game and won't have any fun highlights to show. So I keep playing at the same stadium. That's one reason I don't get to. Ballpark in Anaheim. Okay. Let's search it by the name. Is ballpark 2 words like that? In the vault? Dan did, Darrell. I just knocked out some of the seats in right field and made a bunch of decks coming off the anomaly, but then the anomalies went away. So I demolished the anomaly and put in some bleachers, and then I started to do some stuff behind the bleachers, and then Dan took back over and made this amazing little waterfall section, and it just looks fantastic. This is the one, right? Someone else just modified it? There it is. Yeah, Aloha Stadium is one of my favorite stadiums I've ever seen. That left field with that walkway that goes out. So good. This was your first to 24? Yep, there it is. Look at this. Garden of Dreams. Set up a whole little baseball field out of the statues. So cool. Made a little diamond. Excellent. And then people are taking a look at everything. Got a bunch of waterfalls and rocks and stuff to hide the stupid green parts. That's one thing I wish they would do, is I wish they would give us a waterfall with a smaller pool area, so you could get the waterfall aspect of it closer to the wall, the home run fence. I don't remember Angels in the Outfield very much. I watched it way back in the day. Who's that? Danny Glover and Jordan Gordon-Levitt? Joseph Gordon-Levitt. It's one of his first movies, right? This concourse is fantastic. Yeah, this is the one I always get mixed up with the Brewhoo. Paradise Dining. All the steps bringing you down. Looks great. But this, I mean, this takes the cake. This is definitely worthy of the stamp. If I didn't give one, I'm not sure if I was like really giving them back then. But I'm sure I mentioned that you should hold on to this for Stadium of the Year of 24. Something like that. What do you think? Studio 44 Stamp of Excellence instead of Stadium of the Year candidate. Because you guys are going to submit the ones that you want. Now, who was it? Was it Scotty Warren who said they wanted to put more than one stadium in? Oh, that's right. You made it this. You hid all that stuff and just used this ramp. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I definitely remember showing this one. Excellent work, Dan. This is the best stadium you've ever seen? Or the best one what that you've ever seen? It's definitely nice. I'm very curious to see how the Stadium of the Year contest is going to go this year. How many entries we'll have. Sewell said it, and I kind of agreed. We probably can't do the 3 stadium thing that we did before. Although I was thinking of offering up some kind of membership plan for that because, you know, they have paid membership. If anybody was willing, I would show like 3 of your stadiums at once and pick a time to call you and break down the stadiums, or you call me. And I thought that could be a cool thing to get out of your membership, you know, to get like your own exclusive like video of your stadiums, and you get to come in and break it down. I thought that could be fun if anyone was willing to pay like $1 a month or so, whatever to do. I don't know. But I think the phone call thing was cool. I think people seem to like that. But, I mean, I hate to say it because I do this out of love. But it would be nice to make $1 or $2 out of this. Just because so much of my free time goes into this. And believe me, I don't regret it, even if I don't make any money, because it's so fun. And I've enjoyed all the relationship that we built up and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's fun. All right, Dan. I was pretty sure I stamped another one of yours recently, too. This is a great stadium. Dan always gets a gajillion points for creativity. That is for sure. All right, Dan. I'll try to look and figure out how I want to put that together. Okay. Just anytime you built a stadium, if you wanted, or if you wanted to bunch like 3 or 4 together, and I'll give yourself your own little featured stadium video. And then it'd be nice if I could find some way to let you guys download it, because I don't think you guys can download videos that aren't yours, right? The station. Is that what it's called? All right, so Zach, do you want me to look up Ranger Man 226490 and show some stadiums right now? Let me show the station real quick. From Sam. Yeah, this is the one with that new batter's eye. But again, I think I would rather use that as more of a background than the batter's eye itself, just because it's so big, and I would want to connect things to this deck. But of course, you found a way to master it because it looks so good. 7-line pub, okay. Feeling sentimental. That's one impression I was never able to do, which a lot of people do. Good old Alan Rickman, R.I.P., buddy. Your father was a swine. It just sounded like he's trying to swallow while he talked. Mr. Potter. Discipline your mind. Sorry, my wife still has a Harry Potter on in the background. Home run deck blended into the right field seats looks cool with the scoreboard blended right in. People are hanging out on top of that deck. Outstanding. Second and third decks on top. Now, we always call this second and third deck, but this isn't really a deck, right? It's field level, so it seems like this should be the first and second deck, right? I don't know. Die Hard. My friends and family look forward to more showcases, actually. Die Hard. The movie? I've only seen it once or twice. I wasn't a huge fan. Is it embarrassing? Should I be embarrassed to say that my favorite Bruce Willis movie is The Whole 9 Yards? Canoe! I gotta have some kind of canoe shirt, right? I'd like to have a canoe shirt and a stamp of approval shirt or stamp of excellence shirt, something like that. Can you get in this batter's eyes or anything in here worth seeing? Nope. It's just kind of empty. So my wife's going to kick my ass now because I woke her up with the air horn. Stadium Station 7.5. You got the trolleys. Very nice. Got the new school seats mixed in with some of the regular ones. Very nice indeed, sir. Oh, I like this a lot. How the roof only comes over. That looks cool. I'm pretty sure original Die Hard, Darrell. The 2 and 3 I only saw once. I think I watched them just because of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Jake Peralta talks about them so much, and that's the only reason I've got myself to finally watch them. And then Tandy wanted to watch them. My wife, Tandy, wanted to watch them, so I watched one with her. And we always talk about the debate, is it a Christmas movie? And Bruce Willis himself said no, so... I mean, it happened to take place at Christmas, but it's not a Christmas movie. You know, to me, like a Christmas movie is like about Christmas, about Santa Claus, about saving Christmas, about what a family does at Christmas time, about, you know, the recreation of Christmas or, you know, reliving childhood past Christmas, where that's the same, you know, like Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, Batman 2, you know, those movies, some of them, they take place during Christmas, but not necessarily Christmas movies. Alan Rickman Field. Okay. The first movie I remember seeing Alan Rickman in was Robin Hood, where he played Sheriff of Nottingham. Robin of Locksley, I'm going to tear your heart out with a spoon. All right, Dan. Excellent work. Beautiful. That's why I got that stamp. All right, Zach, you ready to do this? Is there one in particular you want me to start with, or? Now, these are rookies. Rookies to Studio 44. Not yet to be seen. Gremlins, I'll have to watch Gremlins again. I haven't watched Gremlins in a year, or in years. I do know I love me some Phoebe Cates. Who don't love Phoebe Cates, right? She's freaking gorgeous. Gremlins is one of the first movies I remember seeing in the theater. I remember it at the end. I cried. I was just a wee little guy, like 4 or 5, when that movie came out, and Gizmo at the very end sticks his head out of the old man's basket, and he goes, "Bye, Billy." I cried pretty hardcore at that because I was sad. So I'd have to watch Gremlins again. Okay, what am I doing? Online ID. Ranger Man. Right now, the Weasley twins are wreaking havoc during the OWLs. I was way more of a bigger fan of Harry Potter before my wife killed it for me. There was a streak where I would come home and she would have Harry Potter on. Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. She'd get the 7.2, finish it, stop it, and play Harry Potter 1. Go right back to it and just keep them over and over and over again. For a good streak 2 or 3 years ago. So I've had my fill. Whoops, I got 126s in there, don't I? 226490. Whoops, I got too many fours. 226490. There we go. Let's try this again. There you are. Is there one in mind? Do you have in mind that you want to see first, or you want me to just pick one? That's true. I mean, both the first two movies, Harry opens the cloak, and there's Christmas, that's Christmas. And the second one, you see Hagrid dragging the Christmas tree in. Now, here's my thing. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this on this channel yet. Here comes my Harry Potter rant. We're on the third movie, right? You just brought up the third movie. Okay. Start with this one. All right, while it's loading. There's horse chickens, right? There's flying broomsticks, a game that you play based on flying broomsticks. There's wizards, 3-headed dogs, giants having sex with normal people, creating half giants, right? In Hagrid. And you have men that can talk to snakes. And you have protective spells and statues that can come to life and defend a castle. All of these crazy... Oh, the tree, weeping willow, whatever the hell it's called, that knocks them all around, and werewolves and all this other stuff. But the most unbelievable part of any Harry Potter movie is in 3, when Ron gets dragged under the tree, and the tree swipes and hits Hermione, and she grabs onto the tree. And she's holding onto it with one arm. And she goes flying past Harry, grabs him by the shirt, holds onto the tree and Harry at the same time while they're in the air getting flown across all over the place. She's, 13, 14 at the time? Carrying around a dude her same age and still holding onto the tree? And not only does she hold on to him for an extended period of time, she whips him under the tree. That, to me, is the most unbelievable part of all Harry Potter movies. Forget the horse ducks and... Oh, this looks great, Zach. Very clean. I like the luxury seats between the fan stairs, and I like the greenery on top of the luxury seats. Very nice. Wiffle ball field in left center field. Trees and the tree house. You don't see this very much. That's been around since day one. But that's behind the batter's eye. Very nice. And you got the fan walkway from Pittsburgh. Excellent. Right? A lot of these are just from real ballparks. Pittsburgh, St. Louis. Then you got a field level concourse. These are always fun, a la Miami and Chicago White Sox have one, right? Where you can see through the home run fence and watch the game. Very nice. There's that old school concourse. Or plaza level seating. Pretty standard around and behind, although it's broken up with some luxury seating up here. The laser ribbon underneath looks nice. Excellent. Yep, we got some standing room crowd close to the action. That's always fun. Man, just give me a railing I can lean on. I could watch a whole game. We went to a retro 90s concert. I want to say in 2022. The main reason I went, please don't laugh at me. Please don't hate me. Please don't unsubscribe to my channel when I tell you this. But in the late 80s and early 90s, I was a pretty big Bobby Brown fan. And he came to Niagara Falls with Vanilla Ice. And All for One, right? Is that the group that sang, what was the group that sang, I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky? Was that All for One or was that someone else? I can't remember. But my wife and I got bleacher seats, which also included standing room only. We got there very, very early, and we stood right up next to the barricade, and I was comfortable the whole show. Shut up, Terrell. You can't unsubscribe me. I stood the whole game leaning up against the whole show, leaning up against the railing and watching Bobby Brown and All for One and all those other ones. I can't remember who else was there, but I was mainly there for Bobby Brown. Vanilla Ice did 2 original songs, and then all he did was DJ for the rest of his time up there. Darrell's unsubscribing me. Thank you, Murph. Bobby Brown. No, I wish it was Boyz II Men. Believe me, if it was Boyz II Men, I would have loved me some Boyz II Men. But it was a fun little concert. It was pretty cheap. But that's one of the examples. You know, that's who sings I Swear, All for One. I know there's a country version of it too, but the one that I heard all the time, it used to drive me crazy when it was first out. Because I used to hate how nasally he sounded when he goes, for better or worse, till death do us part. I love you with every beat of my heart, and I swear. I couldn't stand it. But they sounded good live. There's some other guys too. I can't remember. There was another one-hit wonder, I thought, but I can't remember who it was. But I was there to see Bobby Brown. Give me some The Truth About Her Roni. She's a sweet old girl, about the sweetest little girl in the whole wide world. Dude got big, though. Bobby Brown be looking like Phil Sherman up on stage, his fat ass moving around. You loved all those guys? Okay. My main guy's Michael. Listen, Michael will come out, okay? And you will be surprised. Oh, really? Sandman Dan met Bobby Brown in the China Club one night. He was wasted. Not surprised there. But yeah, Zach, I'm sorry, man. I'm pulling the attention away from your stadium. Fantastic work. I love it. Definitely my favorite part is the luxury seating between the fan stairs here. What do they call them now? Stadium staircase. They used to be called like a fan tower or something, right? I should have looked that up. And then you got a little bit of action going outside the stadium with the drawbridge and the restaurant, parking lot, convention center. Excellent work. Let's look at that light switch. Excuse me. Darrell, you're not a Bobby Brown fan? Michael's my main guy. Michael, Elvis. I'm kind of a music snob. I don't have a wide variety of music like I do comedy. Like with comedy, I can laugh at the goofy, old school, prim and proper, like Laurel and Hardy and the Dick Van Dyke Show and the Marx Brothers. You know, I'll laugh my ass off at that stuff. And then I also find South Park and, Tosh Point oh and ridiculousness, the stupid, immature, overly violent and overly vulgar comedy, that stuff. I'm a huge fan of all kinds of comedy, but when it comes to music, there's not a one particular brand of music I like. I like anything Snoop does. Snoop, I'm not a big rap guy, but anything that Snoop touches or creates or is a part of it instantly becomes cool because Snoop Dogg is like the fucking coolest guy in the world. But for the most part, I don't like rap. I never got it. They don't really rhyme anymore. I had a huge streak where I listened to Eminem quite a bit. But I'm kind of off Eminem too. What was the next one you wanted, Zach? You showed me. Went through fast. The Meadows, is that the next one? Or is that's not the one I showed? Shit, I should have the names up. I'm sorry, man. I'm going way out. Holy shit, it's 2:30 in the morning. But I'm on break. I got one more day. Today's really a Saturday for me. Because tomorrow would be Sunday, and then I got to work Wednesday and Thursday, but it's no kids. It's conference day to kind of prepare for school, kind of get my shit together. And then we have the 4-day weekend, and then I have another conference day to get stuff together. Ooh, I like this one too. Got some castles in the background with the big tower in center field. Hitting balls in the roof. You know I like my roofs. People hanging out underneath. This plaza level seating in the left. Very nice. And you got the little house that I never realized there was a waterfall on. But see, wouldn't it be nice? I would love to have like a window with a waterfall. Like right here. Something really close to the fence. I would love that. Buddy M's. You got the aquatic center in the background, some seals and sea lions doing tricks, maybe some dolphins. Pretty standard around and behind. This looks really nice. The 2 layers of luxury seating with the roof on them. Over the waterfall, and you got the home run apple. Very nice indeed. The goat. And there's the Dino's Cave. You got the dog track in the background. Right? Did we discover that? Or did we decide that this is a dog track, not a horse track? Right? Don't they come busting out of these cages? Or is it a horse track? I don't know. I've never been much of a horse racing guy either. Dan, you were the best. Thank you for sharing your stadiums. All right, Marf. Good point. Good point. Not a big Martha Stewart guy. But, I mean, if she's good enough for Snoop, she's good enough for me. All right? Because Snoop is just fucking cool as shit. Am I right? All right, I'll do that one next. And then I think maybe I want to play my game and call it a night. I got to get these games in. I can't believe it's freaking 2:30. I have such a blast freaking showing off your stadiums and talking about them and breaking them down with you guys. Even if it does bring out the fact that I was a Bob Brown fan and may still listen to some of his songs every once in a while. Yeah, I have a blast doing this. And I'll do it more. Like I said, like if I just record a video and I haven't played my games yet and I got everything set up, I'll just throw on the stream, play my games live, chat with you guys then. Flip that light switch. Oh, you got the other side of the steakhouse over here. Okay, using this as maybe an entry to the stadium. We talked about that with Dodger Blue. Makes sense. I found lowering this guy to a certain spot and maybe turning it around. Yeah. Like that, I think, makes a really good entrance to the stadium. This area right here. Looked like it'd be a good spot for like a security setup to go through the ladies' bags and go through metal detectors and stuff. But yeah, these are nice and compact. Clean, very clean. Using the airport terminals as entrances as well. Very nice. It has been a fun night, Murph. You guys made it fantastic. Thank you so much. Plaza behind the stands. Oh, okay. All right, we'll do B elements left and save some of these, Zach. And again, anybody who I've shown, especially a new stadium, if you want them showcased in a regular video, by all means, feel free to fill out the Google form and send it in there, because I will show it again. I've done that before for plenty of people who I showed a stadium in a live stream, because even this second part of the video is like 2 hours long. Oh, I'm not recording, so it doesn't show this time. Where is it here? Does it show? Oh, 2.5 hours long. Excuse me. So, yeah. All right, let's show that stadium. We'll call this one the final one of the night. I didn't show as many old school stamps as I wanted to, but I can still do that again later. I was hoping to see like a Texas Ags. All right, where is it? B elements. Is that how it'll look in the vault? There it is. Got the old school dirt pattern I noticed right away. Big wall and left. B Element Stadium. Yeah, that seems like it could be a reachable scoreboard. I didn't check out the... Oh, 300 down the line. 800 feet altitude. That'll affect things. But I like the fountain with the whale in it and then taking you right out to the water. Steamboat. Coca-Cola, BMW, B Elements. I think I would be a BMW kind of guy before like a sports car kind of guy. Like, give me a Mercedes-Benz before you give me a Ferrari. I'd rather have luxury, I think, than sport. The double home run deck out here looks cool. Old school batter's eye. I like the little hills leading up to the twin buildings. Dark Towers office, as it's called, I guess. Cool. Oh, the football field is right across the street, as is often the case in cities like Kansas City and Philadelphia and Cleveland. The baseball field and the basketball arena are very close together. Okay, faced off very nicely outside. Excellent. Looks gorgeous. Hey, someone else used the silo. See, I used this as a giant pillar back in the day. I tried to hide that weird little pipe that goes down in front there. But, yeah. I thought it made sense to hold, like, the retractable roof of the ballpark at the Moonshot Casino. You got this little mini lake, pond. I mean, they got a steamboat out there. It's got to be bigger than a pond, right? Unless it just kind of cruises around this little pond all the time. Cool. Flip that light switch and take a look. Yeah, I mean, it's, again, very clean, fun ideas, good scenery. Yeah, I find like a lot of the old school seating with some of these upper decks, they would be closer, you know, to like right up to the home run fence. Like Yankee Stadium, like the top deck, I think, was almost, if not exactly level with the home run fence, whereas the second deck was pushed back a little bit more. And that's why it was hard to see, because you had these awkward angles, and while you're closer to the field, but there's also a big chunk of it that you're missing. But if you're further away, everything's a little smaller, but you can still see everything, and that's what the line of sight's all about. There's a mini ballpark beside the football stadium, too. Oh, okay. On the other side of the football stadium? Order the Phoenix just showed up to whoop some Death Eater ass. Beat some Death Eater ass. All right, I'm missing the baseball stadium next to the... There's even more behind home plate entrance. There's also a mini ballpark beside the football stadium, too. Yeah, I'm not seeing the mini ballpark. Am I missing that someplace? Is there another football field I'm missing? Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. Very nice. It's got the playgrounds around it, the mini scoreboard, a few advertisements, some bleacher seating, and minor league ballpark seating. I always like taking this and trying to line it up. I think in the older version of the games you couldn't really do it that well, but I found myself being able to pull it off in this one. Yeah, see right there. It's going to each foul line. Oh, but the home plates, the pitcher's plates aren't lined up. Maybe I have to do it from there. It's nice when you can see a little bit of both. Yeah, see, it's not necessarily to scale. I don't think you can get everything perfectly. All right. Turn around. Okay, yeah, I found it. My bad. I like it. Lots of trees, bleachers down the first and third base path. Looks very nice. And the scoreboard outside of the building, too. Super fun. This is another building you don't see very much. It's not the most pleasant to look at. A lot of big, bright colors. This area is cool here, too, between the hotel and the stadium. I like that a lot. Cool idea facing off the outside with that castle-like building. The Grand Factory. All right. Yeah, Zach. Look forward to showing some more from you. Throw them in the Google form, and I'll get them in some future videos, if not my next video. I'm hoping to get enough stadium requests by the weekend to start recording because my wife's off this weekend. It'll give me some time to record and edit and get back to the normal type video situation now that we got the 100th out of the way. Nice work, man. I like it. I can't wait to see more from you. All right, so I'm down to 4 viewers. I'm going to call that a night as far as showcasing. So if you want to leave, I totally get it. But, I mean, I'm here. I'm set up. I'll play my games live if anybody wants to hang around and chat. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to fast forward through a lot of pitching and some of my lower batting order guys. Sure thing, Zach. Thank you for sharing those stadiums with me. I hope you guys had as much fun with this as I did. I hope you enjoyed my banter. Because, I mean, you guys give the meat and potatoes of the videos. I try to add some garlic bread and some nice buttery, perfectly cooked broccoli. You know, maybe a nice beverage that you enjoy. You know, a little bit extra commentary and some fun stuff. I was telling Sewell, I never make the guys at the poker table laugh. I never make the guys on the softball field and the baseball field laugh. But the girls I work with, they think I'm fucking hilarious. So I always thought I needed something with a female audience. I seem to like my sense of humor a little bit more. Absolutely, Zach. I get it, man. That's why I'm rushing through this now. I need some sleep myself. Even though I do have tomorrow off, I don't want to sleep till 1 o'clock. I am, though, Murph, if you're still one of these 4. I am playing in your stadium. At least, I think at least one more. Yep, 2 more. I'm playing in your stadium. Well, listen, I like broccoli cooked only if it's cooked perfectly, though. If it's not enough, that's too soft, or it's too hard and it's too cold. But if it's too much, it's all slimy and gross, you know. So, yeah, I'm playing in Minneapolis. I got a lot of highlights in this stadium. I'm hitting some bombs with Steve Stewart here. Yep, I'm in playing in the Sky Sox new stadium that you created for him. Mark recently, or is about to start playing in Memphis, so that'll be cool. You got it, Zach. Listen, don't be afraid to show up in a live premiere, too. If you turn on the notifications, there's often a lot of guys to chat with about the stadiums that I'm showcasing in the video. So the premieres are just as fun, if you ask me. My apologies for the mint. I'm a big anti-mouth noise guy. Do I have a day off coming up? Oh, man. Why does everything take so long? All that just to find out I don't have a day off. All right, so I should rest some guys. I hate it when my guys don't get rested very much. Is it me, or are the load times so much slower in this version? But this is a great stadium, great decks, fun targets, different levels of seating. All right, let's give Porfy the day off. Marty Stewart doesn't hit righties very well, but same thing with Julian Rosas. We'll throw him in there. Ugh. Man, that shortens up my lineup pretty good. Maybe what I can do is I'll put Reynolds second, Stewart fourth, Reigns third, Percy 5, DJ 6. Ugh, I like having like almost a second leadoff hitter bat ninth. That's why I have Willie Reynolds batting ninth. He's the batting champion right now, and he's batting ninth. I'll move him up to 2. I'll give Cleavers the day off next game. That looks pretty good, I guess. Ugh. Maybe I'll flip-flop those 2. All right. Mario, we have like 7 teams. Mine and Mark's are full teams of created people that we created ourselves, or that we've borrowed from other people and that have been in the league for years. We call those, going back to Harry Potter references, we call those True Bloods. Chopping short. Cleaver's going to beat that out. No. And then we have about 6 or 7 teams that have mostly starters of True Bloods, and then the rest are Muggles that came from the roster that we downloaded, full of fictional players. And then the entire opposite league, like right now we happen to be in the American League, so all the National League guys are Muggles. And then we don't want to make full leagues because we like finding new players. And the more players that we keep, you know, the fewer new players we get to find. So it's a lot of work, you know, just making those 7 teams. Especially my team, because I'm so picky about my guys. But some of those other guys, Man, I recorded a highlight of a son of a bitch bunting off me in the 8th inning of a fucking no-hitter and breaking it up with that hit with a bunt single. And the next batter took one in the ear. I think I recorded the highlight too. So I can show it in the highlight reels. What am I doing? I should be fast forwarding pitching. It's too late for this shit. I usually do better if I pitch myself. Here's the man, the mitt, the level, number 44. Steve Stewart. I think he has 3 home runs in the 2 games I played here so far. I don't know what the hell I was swinging at there. Bernie Stapleton, I think, is their ace, though. Damn, all this foul territory.
And here comes.
Someone, the guy who took one in the ear, Murph, was the guy who did it to me, and I think maybe the 9th inning, or maybe it was the 7th. It was either the 7th or the 9th of a playoff game. Son of a bitch bunted a base hit off me to end the perfect game in the playoffs. So I drilled the next guy in the ear, and it happened to be that same guy when it happened to me very recently. I was quite upset. DJ Jackson hitting over 300. You guys have heard me mention him a lot. He's my big swing and miss power hitter. My Travis Hafner, my Rob Deere. Either hits a home run or strikes out. Very flashy. With the dyed hair. Always wears sunglasses, even if he doesn't need them. All the protective gear, even if he doesn't need it. Just to kind of stand out. Oh, and he dunks a little base hit in front of the left fielder there. Nelson Miles. Catcher is such a revolving door on my team until I found this guy. He's been my favorite. I like this little stance. He's like the only guy in my team I'll ever have with no batting gloves. I think it just looks cool with that stance and his wrist guards and stuff. Fast forward. Too late to pitch. Fast forward Marty. Fast forward Julian. Pick it up with Ray Cleavers. Oh, I got men on first and second. Nobody out. Nice. Oh, Ray, what are you swinging at? That's too high. Yeah, certain people can pull it off. Like Jorge Posada, again, another catcher for the Yankees. He never wore batting gloves. Personally, I don't know how anybody could ever do it. Back off the pitcher. We're going to have bases loaded and 1 out here for the meat and potatoes of the lineup. Here comes the third hitter, Jerome Raines. He's on the trading block. I've had it with him. He just doesn't hit enough home runs. He's only got 2 so far this year. That's going to be a run. At least. Oh, we got robbed of a grand slam. Was concentrating too much on the runner on third. I didn't tag up the guy at second. What a dick. Who's the center fielder? Elmar Demas? He's a fairly new True Blood. My brother had him. Elvar Davis, maybe? Going up to rob the grand slam. What a fucking asshole. Yeah, very upsetting for Jerome Raines. Now, what the hell's going on with Steve Stewart's stance? Why is his bat going through his head?
That one missed. Good spot for the hitter. Definitely has
I've still yet to hit a home run live with Steve Stewart. And now he's going to ground out. Romy Raines getting robbed. Just when I'm talking about him not hitting the home runs, the one he gets out there. Playing games with a microphone in front of me tends to bring out the cursor in me. Oh, shit. Okay. So they scored 2. There's definitely some true bloods on this team. Let's see. Devin Sparks, my brother-in-law made him. Tyrone Tyson, we borrowed him. John Jordan, he's an OG. Elvar Demas, he's the guy who just robbed the home run. Elvin Clifford, switch-hitting catcher. He's a true blood along with Richard Mays. See, some of these guys who are at the bottom of the pile, we just kind of throw them in on other crappy teams. But Bernie Stapleton, he's also he might be from Bacon's fictional roster, if you guys remember that, when they were making that every year. Percy Caney, also a borrowed player from a simmed roster. Switch hitting, power hitting, center fielder. There's DJ Jackson again. DJ Jackson's an OG guy. Ah, son of a bitch. There's Nelson Miles. Guys come back around when you sim half the at-bats. Nelson Miles. He's having a good season. He's got like 4 or 5 home runs already. One of them was really big, too. I remember that. Oh, boy. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Trying to waste the pitch. Oh, man. I'm getting under everything today. Popping it straight up. Out number 3, Minnesota Sky Sox with a 2-1 lead over the Gamblers. Here's Elvin Clifford. Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forward. Oh, Richard Mays. Second-gen OG'er with a double. Gets wasted. Here's Marty Stewart, Steve Stewart's younger brother. All power, catcher, good arm. Also plays first. Oh, takes one high and tight. Come on, Bernie. Get over the plate, bro.
But I think it's fair to wonder if they're being a little over-aggressive. They're swinging at a lot of first pitches, and they've given away 7 outs as a result. They might just want to consider a more patient approach. Hit pretty well in the air out to center. Settles under this one.
Ball's not carrying enough tonight.
Calls it in for the out. Here's the third baseman,
Julian Rosas. I don't like the stance. I have to find him a nice stance. I think that's part of the problem. I don't like this guy enough. He's kind of a backup infielder. Is it John Birdie that the Yankees got from the Marlins? He doesn't play enough for me to remember his freaking name. He's always hurt. Second base, third base. Hits lefties very well, though. Ray Cleaver's over 2. Come on, I'm trying to get him up there. I want another batting title. Oh, double off. Ray Cleavers has back-to-back batting titles. Devin Sparks, nice, fast, good fielding second baseman. Man, with your 2-out hits. Here's Willie. Right now, Willie has the batting crown. Sitting like 440 or something like that. That's not going to help his batting average. I always have such boring games when I play online. Here's Jerome Raines, who was robbed of a grand slam last time up from Elvar Demas. I tend to find myself swinging at a lot of pitches that I shouldn't be. There you go. There's a line shot up the middle. Good hard ground ball. Got a nice single up the middle. I've had Jerome Raines for a long time. He's very fast, too. He's going to take that bag. Steve Stewart watch the ball rolling away. I'll take that. Thank you. Put one right there, Bernie. You gonna go down there again? Oh, they're probably gonna pitch around him now. I don't know why he'd want to face Percy though. Put 2 men on for Percy doesn't seem smart. Oh, get out of here, ball! Get out of here! Get out of here, ball! Ah! Jerome Raines was actually created by my best friend in high school. We had this weird koosh ball game that we used to play in his back room. He had this addition put onto his house. It's this big back room that he had to heat with a wood stove because it was added on. He had a pool table back there and a water bed and a loft. It's like my second favorite room in the whole world. Me and my buddies used to hang out there after playing basketball at his house. We played Nintendo or pool or whatever, but a couple nights spending the night at his house. We invented this game where like certain targets were home runs if you hit them, and we would pretend we were our Ricky Davis League guys, and he didn't have a team, so he created a team just for Koosh Ball, we called it. And he created Jerome Raines, and he was part of his team, and that's the only guy I remembered and took off his team and kept in the Ricky Davis League throughout these years. My brother had him for quite a while, too. But, I mean, he's obviously so based on Tim Raines. Oh, my God. Teddy Higgins. I think I used Teddy Higgins one of the last times I played in this league, and he got roughed up a little bit, too. Not that 4 runs in 6 innings that bad, but still. All right, boys, let's go. Let's put on a freaking show for these people. All 4 of them. Let's hit some Juicy Lucy out there. Those burgers. Or another base it to the opposite field. That's good, too. Mario, don't get attached to him, buddy. I don't think he's going to be a gambler by the end of the 2024 season. I just got to work out the right trade. I kind of want Twan Rosen back. I might get Sherman Mosby to play some right field for me. I need some right-handed power. I'm not hitting enough home runs. Well, you can enjoy him when he's on the Hitmen or when he's in L.A. Son of a bitch. Well, it doesn't help that I have the whole bottom of my lineup taking the day off. No Porfy, no Carlos Padilla. Those guys might be gone too, though. There's a run. Nice rip. Clutch 2-out single for Julian Rosas. See, I never include those kind of highlights. I got a million of them. But I'm just not hitting a lot of home runs, and I don't think it shows off the stadium enough to show those highlights, so I don't save them. Ray Cleavers adding to the 2-out total. I'm pretty... Oh, they're bringing in the lefty. Oh, please keep the lefty in for Steve Stewart. Please keep the lefty in. Oh! All right. Oh, they got Jared Carter in the ballgame now. Jared Carter is a bases-loaded guy. He was one of the lower ERAs on that New York team that I took. We always considered that our minor league teams at the time, you know, when there was games that didn't have an actual minor league stadium. Here's John Jordan. He's an OG guy, a little bit of power. Older guy. I think you'll notice he has gray hair. But he's got some pop. He can also catch in an emergency if you need him. So he's valuable to have on a team. To have that third catcher. Jared Carter coming in and mowing some Sky Sox down. Take your Skywalks back to your homes. Come on, Steve. Go get it. Go get it. No. Hope that didn't hurt him. I was out Jerome Raines for 2 weeks. That might be what started his slow start. He got hurt pretty early on. Injured his Was it his forearm? Or his knee? I don't remember. Here's Romy Reigns. Another base knock. He smoked that ball, too. 100 miles per hour exit velo. I'm going to not steal the base, see if he'll throw me pitches. Oh! God damn it! Got a hanging breaking ball. Steve Stewart should have pummeled. MVP votes. Hitting at 296 with 2 home runs. He's got 4 triples, 3 home runs, 27 ribbies. He's getting his batting average up there. It seems like he was at 240 not too long ago. So he's heating up. But my brother and I were thinking about creating a Ricky Davis League channel if we thought it would be popular enough. Get him involved more. I did go back-to-back in my first games of the year with Padilla and Porfirio Betamit, who I plan on trading soon. So unrealistic the way we trade our players. Yeah, Rome, he's done me good, but Percy's basically the same player, but better power. And the power is definitely needed. DJ Jackson having a night. His 3rd hit and a ribby puts the game within 1 run. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought Steve Stewart was up next. Doy. Come on, Nelson. I might have to pinch hit for Marty Stewart. See, Nelson's been clutch. Score, DJ. Nelson Miles. He's the thumbnail of this video because I turned him into the thumbnail of the last video, and it hasn't changed. It goes. YouTube just takes the screenshot of your last video or your last live video. So when I edit this, I'll have to change that. Well, now that I'm winning, I guess I don't have to pinch hit. Ooh, I got to get Rich Murray up, though. My big gun's out of the bullpen. Who do I got? I'll get the lefty up and Murray up. Murray's the best closer in the league. The Mariano Rivera of the Ricky Davis League. He was down and save early because I was whooping everybody's butts. But now he's kind of caught up. And I think he's second. The guy who was beating him is now third. And this new guy took the lead. Rosas had a big 2-out hit last time he was up. Little dribbler down the line. Looks like the third baseman's going to have plenty of time to wrap things up, but the Gamblers have a big 3-run inning to take the lead. And now y'all got to deal with Marshall. Marshall I've had since the second version of this game that we started playing, which I believe was 07, 08, 09, right around there. So Marshall Bryant isn't an OG, but he's one of the longest tenured Gamblers. Ray Cleavers, Steve Stewart and Rich Murray I've had since this game was created. This league, I should say, has been invented. So Steve Stewart's been on my team for 35 plus years. Same thing with Rich Murray. He was a starter and then moved to the bullpen. And then Ray Cleavers I got in a trade around the Baseball Stars era, maybe, or the Baseball Simulator 1000 era. And then, so I've had him through Hardball and All-Star Baseball and some of those other versions of the game. So Stewart, Murray, Davis, not Davis. Stewart, Murray, Cleavers. Howe has been my ace. Brett Howe has been my ace for years. He was one of the better pitchers also from New York. Jared Carter, I traded him and then brought him back. I was going to have him be a setup man for Rich Murray because he was the closer in bases loaded. You mean in the show or like real baseball? Because I think Ozzie Albies has a pretty unique stance. The way he's kind of almost open like that Batista guy from Toronto back in the late 90s. But, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of analytics have tried to, keep people the same. I don't know if analytics is the right word, but Marty Stewart's playing first? Oh, yeah. Because him and Nelson Miles win the game. Marshall Bryant shuts down the Sox in the 9th or the 8th. And that means the game's pretty much over because now Rich Murray's going to pitch the 9th. And he's lights out. And who knows what the Gamblers will add on. With Ray Cleaver's second hit of the game, I believe, right? I believe you're going to get to see Jerome Raines again, Mario. I don't think Cleavers had that bag, so I cut it. I saw a video on it, and it said both analytics and the new school of hitting coaches make it all the stances kind of the same. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So much, with the video work that you can do and, slowing things down and getting all these numbers. And, like, with pitches, you can get spin rate and shit. You can set up these labs. So it doesn't surprise me at all that the stances are kind of like if you play a slow pitch softball game, like half the guys, especially like the big travel teams, all those guys have like the exact same stance. I can't remember who it was, but they were watching the last game I said, and they said, "Oh, Carlos Padilla has my exact same softball stance." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the stance." Here's your boy, Romy Raines, 2 for 3 with a ribby today. And he was robbed of a grand slam. There's a chopper, but he's going to get the RBI as Devin Sparks decides to hold on to the ball. Come on, Steve. Let's go. How am I going to have a live stream and not hit a big fly? Oh, there's a gapper that's going to score probably 2. It's going to steal Rich Murray's save. Steve Stewart going oppo. That's his second ribby of the game, too, right? I can leave Marshall Bryant in the game and give him a save. They'll give him a save for that. Yeah, I don't like it either, Murph. I'm glad they killed the... I'm glad they killed the shift. Because that was making baseball terrible. I got so tired of watching guys ground out to right field. I mean, I still feel like guys kind of cheat enough towards second base. But I think that was a big first step. And I think once hitters get kind of used to it, that hopefully it will bring batting averages back up. Because I was looking at the All-Star votes, and it's just baffling how many people are hitting under 300. And it's considered a good season. DJ Jackson going oppo. Nope. Yeah, people are like, oh, it's strategy. It's a way for these small market teams to defend against teams if they don't have great pitching. And but so is zone defense. That's also strategy. But it's boring because you don't have any inside game for basketball. And isn't that what offsides in hockey's all about? To try to, make the game more interesting to watch? Keep 2 players on either side of the bag at all times. All right, well, I think it's pretty much safe to sit Rich Murray down. I should probably take Marshall Bryant out of the game too, but I didn't warm anybody up. And pitching 2 innings, he'll get the save now. Uh-oh. That's not a good start to the inning. think my defense is pretty good. Devin Sparks is pretty fast. Might be hard to double him up.
And he kept it inside the line, and just a really nice job on the other side by the defense to hold that to a long single.
Close, but called the ball.
Come on, Blue. That's a strike.
If you're going to get something going, this is the time to do it. You get the lead off. Everybody's got to look over the shoulder.
They also need that challenge system implemented that they have in AAA. I think it makes the game more interesting, and it helps get the calls more accurate, and I think hitters will get more of a chance to hit. That's hit way too weak to double up Devin Sparks. He's only a 65? I thought he should be way faster than that. The Gamblers take game 3.
Helped his team get the win. He got the save. Nice job.
9-4, our final score. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show.
I've never been much of a hockey guy, Mario, so
Talk to you soon.
I don't know what you're talking about. Hockey, I always just considered an ugly sport. The rinks are ugly. The uniforms they wear are ugly. It just seems like at a game you have to watch it through, like, dirty glass. I don't know. I've never been much of a hockey guy. I can see the appeal to it. Very fast-moving and slamming into each other, so I see the appeal. There was, like, a brief second where I was playing, like, the EA Sports hockey games, you know, the up-and-down ones. They were fun. But I got 2 guys, Brett Howe and Ryan Hull. They're named after Brett Hull. I took Brett, you know, and gave it to Howe and gave Hull to Ryan. Stewart was 2 for 5 with 2 ribbies. Okay, good, because I think he's leading the league in ribbies right now. But, man, what a boring game. Let's hit some bombs. Yeah, baseball's my obsession. I used to like basketball a lot more. There's a brief period when I was in like 7th and 8th grade, and that basketball court that my friend opened at his house, we were playing a lot of dunk ball there, and I was watching like the Lakers and Jordan and, you know, Dominique Wilkins and all those guys. And there was a very brief moment where I was like, I think I like basketball better than baseball. You know, because I liked, you know, doing fancy layups and fancy dunks on the dunk ball, but baseball quickly just popped right back in. Let's take a look real quick. There's Reynolds. Oh, he's down to 425. Okay. Mark Winfield, definitely a batting. All these guys are always in the list. Wow, Steve Stewart's 6th. Don't see Steve Stewart in the top 10 very much. But Ricky Davis, he's the best all-around player. He's your Triple Crown potential. Ricky Madlock, he won't hit enough home runs. Mark Winfield won't hit a home runs. Willie Reynolds definitely won't. Steve Stewart won't hit enough for batting average consistently. Ray Cleavers always has the most at-bats because I never give him a day off. If he's tired, I just DH him. 2 triples, guys. Home runs. Oh, Stewart's 1 behind now. Come on, Steve. Let's go. Let's get this freaking guy. This guy's a monster. It's like freaking pitching to a telephone pole. All right, fellas. One more game and we'll call it a night. I got 5 people watching. Hello to those not commenting. It's pretty much the M's, Murph and Mario. Yeah, baseball's a mess. Some of those team owners of like the smaller market teams, they have enough money to pay these guys. Don't frickin' tell me they don't. You can't tell me the Indians can't give some of their players bigger, longer contracts. They make plenty of money. That stadium's actually a very nice place to watch a ball game. I'm not crazy about the city of Cleveland, but the ballpark's really nice. We were just there in 22. Parker Kilcullen's good stuff. It's DHDJ this game. Put Stewart in right. He's got the better arm. We're going to give Ray Cleaver's day off. So I don't like to let these guys get too tired. We'll have Willie lead off. We got Padilla and Bedamete back in the game. These two probably going to join Jerome Raines on the outed list. Steve Stewart hitting 360 with 21 home runs and 74 RBIs. 74 RBIs. We're not even out of May yet. He's on pace to have over 150 RBIs.
Ready to go now. Here's
Final game in, I can't remember what you called this. Was it Minneapolis Dome or Sky Sox Dome or something like that? Who's pitching? Marvin Jenkins. He is from MVP Baseball. There was one year we created an entire league of players because they didn't have any kind of fictional roster, and you know, we never thought to sim like you can in this game. Willie Reynolds start things off with a base hit. Here's your buddy Romy Raines batting second again, back to his normal spot in the lineup. I put him at third, and you know, just to kind of help stretch that lineup out.
And there's a foul ball. You'll want. On the ground,
Oh,
right
double
side.
play ball.
6. He's out 3.
Oh, he beat it out, though, because he's got wheels. Here's the man, the myth, the legend. I'm sure has taken Marvin Jenkins deep many a times.
9 hits in the series alone.
I've had Marvin Jenkins on my team before. Pretty much any player, any big player I've had on my team. Never had Pace, never had Guillermo Vasquez, never had Chris Morales.
Changeup, and he occasionally uses a curve.
I've had Murillo, I've had Fendi.
Runner on the go.
Oh, Steve Stewart finds the empty spot. Oh, I thought about trying to give him an RBI out of that. Can he get thrown out in third? Woo. Woo-hoo. He's not the fastest player in the league, believe me. Mark center fielder, Sammy Reed. He's a 99. He almost turned that into an RBI for Steve Stewart. He got a big jump, though, too.
Stewart over first, so 1 away. Hard grounder in.
Percy Caney had a dud of a game last game. Yeah, that worked out nice, didn't it, Murph? Mario, good looking out for Jerome Raines, man. Good looking out.
First and second, 1 out. DJ Jackson now at the plate. Slide.
DJ Jackson continuing to ride the hot streak.
Third headed for the plate.
Now, this is one thing. I don't know if we have, like, our level set too low, but they don't hit their cutoff man enough. So I find myself getting extra bases on throws. You got to cut that ball off and keep runners at bay when you know you're not going to throw them out at home.
And now, number 39. Into first.
Porfy's actually, I think, third or fourth in All-Star voting. Having a decent season. 320 with quite a few bombs.
Somebody call timeout. Maybe the pitching coach go out there and talk to him just a little bit.
And a foul ball.
11 home runs, okay. Yeah, 11 home runs by the end of May for a sixth hitter. That's not bad, right? Could that be 12? Nope. Not even to the... Oh, shit. Wasn't paying attention. And they throw to the wrong base. Terrible. Giving Percy enough time to catch up. Right there. That's the slow pitch softball stance right there. Carlos Padilla. He was in one of the first versions of the game of this that we found. Third base is also a position of mine that's been kind of a revolving door. Second and third. Left field, obviously. Catcher now. Nelson Miles is my guy. Right field, DJ Jackson. Pretty much my set in stone guys. Parker Kilcullen, he's a borrowed sim guy. Facing Devin Sparks. Holy shit, that was all in the first inning? All right, I'm fast forwarding. I'm too tired. We're at 3 hours. We already did 6 hours, so 9.5 hours of streaming today for the 100th video. My wife's so tired that didn't even wake her up. Here's Nelson. Nelson doesn't sound like a baseball player, does it? But he's one of those original. He was in that first year with the Guillermo Vasquez's and Twan Rosen and Sherman Mosby, all those guys. He was a created sim, one of the first. And that was a computer-generated name. It's not a name that we made up. Oh, Nelson Cruz, you're right. Andy Finich, this is a bases loaded guy. The second base shortstop. I think he has 2 N's in his name in that game. No, it's more like Finich, I guess. But Nelson always seems like isn't there like a nerdy Nelson on The Simpsons? Willie Reynolds leading the league in hitting at 420. Getting that gap, get over his head.
Is outside, ball 1.
But hats off to Burke on a beautiful ballpark. This is one of the first you made for the Ricky Davis League, right? If I remember correctly. Made all the skyways to connect to the buildings. Skywalks. Another slow roller. Oh, Nelson's the bully? Is it Ned? I don't watch enough Simpsons. That's one show I'm ashamed to say that I haven't seen a lot of full episodes of. AJ Palmer. This is a borrowed sim guy also. Ned, right? Yeah, I think so. Flanders, I want to say. Kind of looks like the nerdy guy in Deadpool that Deadpool loves so much. Any of you see Deadpool yet? It's so good.
And it's fouled away. One down, base is empty. There's a swing and a miss.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Andy 0-2. And a pop-up, right side, foul territory. Sizing this one up. They got it for out number 2. 2 outs, base is empty.
All right, I'm glad you told me that because I don't want to spoil anything. I was about to spoil a big joke of the movie, but definitely not going to do that now. It's tough these days. That's one of the reasons I have to get out there and go to the movie so fast is because I can't avoid spoilers. I see these articles and even the titles of the articles give away stuff and like pictures, and then YouTube videos give away spoilers. And it's tougher, especially with TV shows, because me and my wife find that a lot of some of these newer like drama shows, they're better when you binge them. Like a lot of the Star Wars shows, I didn't like necessarily the first time I watched them because one episode alone didn't hold enough of the story to keep me interested. But if you binge them, it makes a lot more sense. Like I liked Obi-Wan better binging it. I liked Ahsoka better binging it. For the Marvel movies, or the Marvel shows, I enjoyed Loki so much more binging it. And Loki's so convoluted even when you do binge it. It makes it even more so when you have to wait week to week to watch an episode. That's the one thing I liked about Netflix, which I'm gonna bring back soon because I gotta be ready for Happy Gilmore 2. It's probably gonna be a disaster, but I mean I love the first one so much. I gotta give the second one a try.
Now it's the power speed combo. DJ Jackson. And first offering is fouled.
Can we hit a freaking home run here, fellas? I mean I know it's only the third inning, but
Swing and a miss, and he got him to chase.
it doesn't help when I swing at shit pitches, though, does it?
Trying to go deep right there, but you gotta get it there.
This one swung on and hit well, way back there.
Is that one fair? There we go, DJ Jackson. Did that hit the foul pole?
They boost their lead. It's 4-0.
Well, not really sure how he kept that.
High, towering fly ball. Nope, just left. Hit that blue wall behind the home run fence. First home run of the 2 games. DJ Jackson right down the wall.
Now, here is number 39.
I hope so too, Murph. Like,
Here comes a pitch.
comedy
That misses the zone. And that's one.
is so hard, and I get that. But, like, I remember watching Dumb and Dumber 2 and just being crushed with how terrible it was. Porfy goes oppo for back-to-back with DJ Jackson. Another shot off that blue wall.
And they add a run.
Now we're swinging them bats, fellas.
Jackson, this club is fired up right now.
Right off the facing of that concourse area.
To notice he was in the lineup.
It's so funny to watch the standing room only crowd. When they hit a home run over them, they like reach for it and reach for it and reach for it. And there's no one back there to get it, and they're just like, aw. And they turn around and watch the game.
Confidence just continues to grow.
And first offering is fouled off.
I think Happy Gilmore 2 could be funny, especially since they have the 2 main dudes. You know, they have Sandler's around, and the guy who plays Shooter McGavin, his name is leaving me off the right now. But Julie Bowen's around still. She could, you know, be Happy's love interest still. And she was in that stupid, terrible Halloween movie, right? I agree, Murph. Even though Carl Weathers' character passed away, I hope they mention him sometime. Him and Bob Barker somehow. That Bob Barker scene is one of the funniest scenes in history. And I saw a video, I think when Bob Barker passed away, like Adam Sandler did a video saying they originally wanted someone else, but he couldn't or wouldn't do it. I can't remember who it was. But Bob Barker said, hey, if I get to throw my own punches, I'm in. And they let him throw his own punches. Why can't I think of his name? But Shooter McGavin was in the first Breakin' movie. They had Breakin' and Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. He played Kelly's manager in the first Breakin' movie. I mean, Happy Gilmore, we just watched it over at break, my wife and I. That's a top 20 comedy of all time, if you ask me. I want to kiss you all over and over and again. Till the night closes in. And he ends up spending the night with that lady. Oh, my God. She comes running out with his hockey jersey on. Hey, you know about breakfast? And then the kid tries to take a pitching machine ball like Happy Gilmore does. So funny. Here he is, Romy Reigns. Yeah, Shooter McGavin. I can't think of his name. I want to say it's like McLeod or something. Who plays Shooter McGavin? Christopher McDonald. But they did the videos back and forth. Remember, like during the pandemic or coming out of the pandemic, Adam Sandler's playing golf, and he does the Gilmore swing and hits the crap out of the ball. And then Chris McDonald did a follow-up video, like putting into a glass. There's a base knock for Reigns. That's going to be a run because you got a quick runner, and it hit that gap. That little bend back. And it's now 6-0 in the top of the fourth with 2 outs. And they bring in a lefty for big 44.
And they've had quite a bit of success against him this year.
And he fucking grounds out to short. Son of a bitch. One of these days I'm going to hit a home run with him on a live stream. I have plenty of highlights recorded of him hitting home runs. No doubts there. But this game is a little bit more interesting, at least a high-scoring affair. I'll do the whole half inning this time. A lot of times I'll do single batter so I can jump in and get a guy out of trouble. Percy Caney's been pretty quiet this series. I think he was also in Grease 2, Murph. But he's definitely most known as Shooting McGavin.
Next is the designated hitter, DJ Jackson.
Chris McDonald.
Hot shot to third. Whips it across. That's it out.
Oh, he was in Thelma and Louise and Quiz Show? I didn't know that. Oh, he was in the new Axel Foley movie, too. Was he in some of the original Beverly Hills Cops? He was in Search Party? Huh. But I love that meme that goes around. There's like a picture of... No, Grease 2 is terrible. Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm a cool rider. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't had Netflix since March of 23. So it's been like a year and a half for me with no Netflix. But we plan on getting it back soon. I've never had Apple TV. But I think that's the only major one we've never have. Right now we have Paramount and we have Disney and Max, and now a bunch of them are combining, right? Isn't like Disney combining with Max and Hulu and all those? We have Hulu and Peacock. But it came up today. My wife and I were talking at dinner how we hate when the games, we can't get a hold of the games because they're on like Apple TV, or like before we had Peacock, there were games on Peacock, so we couldn't watch the Yankee games then. Apple TV, Peacock, FX. First of all, Fox, they need, Fox Sports 1, they need a streaming site. I mean, what decade is it where they don't have their own streaming site? Fox needs a streaming site. When those, ESPN, maybe you can't get subscribers to commit to a $12.99 or $15.99 a month subscription. Why not offer up individual games at like $5 a piece? I'm not going to sign up for Apple TV. I'd rather miss the game than spend $20 a month on Apple TV. But even $10, you make a game $10, I'll buy that shit. And I'm sure hundreds of thousands of other people would do it too who don't get to watch the game because they're not subscribed. So what, you tell me 5 times $100,000 isn't a lot, or 10 times $100,000 isn't a lot? Plus, they still get advertising revenue because you can air commercials between innings and stuff like that. Come on. $1 billion idea right there. How that's not a thing yet is beyond me. Football games, I miss Bills games because we don't have Fox. We don't have a way to watch Fox. We're in a place where those antennas don't work. And we don't have a TV service because it's just too damn expensive for the amount of time we spend on it. ESPN. We have ESPN Plus or whatever the hell it's called, but because, and I heard that they're doing away with this. They're going to be like the Yes Network. The Yes Network right now, we can pay, I think it's like $30 a month during the season.
So a runner aboard to start the inning.
Well, that started and ended pretty
Excuse
quickly.
me.
No messing around right there. I could watch pitches like that one all
And you can have, yes, you can stream it on your TV and your phone and computers. And, you know, you have it for the whole year or for as long as you subscribe. I'm going to cancel it in October, you know.
And they've got something brewing now.
Oh, wow, that's terrible, Murph.
he was ready to hit right there.
Yeah, they're running away from that. I'm pretty sure when cable contracts expire, they won't renew or won't be able to renew. It's just there's too many complaints. There's too many people missing games, and the way TV is brought to homes in the country is just changed completely. They can't keep doing it like the way they're doing it.
Line drive. He holds it in.
Whoops. Get back.
It's never fun going back to the dugout after hitting the line drive.
Romy Reigns in the 6th. Gamblers are wiping the floor with the Sky Sox right now. Romy Reigns flies out. Does he have a hit this game?
Makes the grab, and that is that. Well, we
Parker Kilcullen is killing it. Jerome Reigns does have one hit. 293. He's creeping up to that 300.
top of inning number 7. Now it's going to be Steve Stewart.
The fuck, Steve. Tell you what,
And he's going to make it to first. And we'll see how they
Mario, I'm gonna try to get you Jerome Reigns' autograph, buddy.
Percy
I got connections in the RDL. I can make that happen.
Here goes the runner. On its way to the corner. And that's a foul ball.
I don't remember the hit either, to be honest with you.
The pitch. Runner goes again. Bounced out to short.
The double play was avoided. Probably shouldn't be stealing bases when I'm up 7-0. Oh, John Jordan. You got to pick that up, buddy. DJ Jackson,
He's already homered here.
who hit the wall scraper last time he was up, finds a hole and he finds himself with another RBI. And the defense is just turned into sloppy, messy awfulness. Bringing in another lefty for Porfy. He also homered his last time up and finds the hole between 5 and 6.
Looking to be aggressive and got something he could handle. He kind of rolled over on this pitch a little bit, but he got enough.
Talk about a seeing eye single. A ground ball with eyes.
Padilla stands in now, looks at that one
This
inside.
Crash Davis put it once and
Swinging a liner
pulled her in.
off to the right. On the ground.
Oh, Devin Sparks
First, that's the
acting like a big smoothie out there with a little spin throw.
now the catcher comes up.
Usually I got guys diving all over the place and robbing me. I mean, you all saw Jerome Reigns get robbed of a grand slam.
And a good fastball to start him off.
Nelson Miles.
In the on-deck circle, you really want to use that
This is my dude.
opportunity to see some pitches and time up the fastball as the year goes.
He's had some clutch hits this year, including one streaming right here. Clutch home run.
And now the runner will score for third in a wild throw. And the batter
Mercy
will be
rule.
shortstop, 1 for 2. The shortstop takes
Andy Finich giving
2 outs and a
Ray
runner
Cleavers
in
a day
third.
off.
Here in the top half of inning number 7.
Oh yeah, I would love Major League. I don't remember back in the minors very well. I do remember not loving 2, because how you gonna replace Wesley Snipes as Willie Mays Hayes? I think you're better off just doing without him. Say he got traded or signed with another team before you have Omar Epps play him. Come on.
Ground ball right side. He handles it himself. That'll end the inning.
And I think Cleveland wasted a huge opportunity when they were in the World Series to have to not have Charlie Sheen come out as Rick Vaughn. That place would go fucking insane.
Here comes the 0-1.
If they played Wild Thing and Charlie Sheen walked out there to throw out the first pitch. Now, he played some ball in college, and I always credit him as like one of the most professional-looking players, you know, especially as a pitcher. So the pitcher, you know, you don't get very high leg lifts, and they look like their arm is sore every time they throw the ball, but Charlie Sheen looks so good out there, you know, throwing the baseball, because I know he has high-level experience. Porfy, one of the better fielding, if not best fielding, first baseman in the game. Him and John McGee, probably. Oh, Jerome Raines leading off the 8th in a 11-0 affair.
Ball 1, no strikes.
Ball 1, no strike.
Easy to lay off pitches like that. If he gets on, he'll probably get a pinch runner. Same thing with Steve Stewart,
On the ground to third.
who is waiting on deck. Yeah, Bob Uecker making the call. Oh, my God, so funny. Bob Uecker's most funny thing, I'm sorry, is when he's reading the box score, and he's like, for the Yankees, 4 runs on something, something, something. And then he goes, the Indians, no runs off 1 hit. 1 hit? 1 goddamn hit? So funny. You can't say goddamn. Who cares? No one's listening anyway.
Now the lefty. Swing and
Romy Reigns, the second hit of the game, up the middle.
the leadoff man aboard.
That's true, Murph. You're not kidding.
Another multi-hit game for him. He's been really hot lately. Timing on the swing was good.
But that stadium is just god-awful to see games on TV. I can't imagine it's much better in person either. With freaking rats in the vending machines and shit, and like pipes leaking all over the place and stuff, right? Oh, Stevie, what the fuck are you swinging at, bro? Oh, shit, I was going to pinch run for him. I'll do it after Stewart hits. Another base hit for Stewart. Can Romy score? I think he can. He's got the wheels. It hit that gap. See, if I trade Reigns, I'll either want another fast guy ahead of Stewart or move Percy to 2. But I need a big power hitter to hit third, because those speedy guys give a lot of extra RBIs for Stewart. We'll put Leonard Starr out there.
Feels so good, and that's when you know you're right where you need to be at the plate. It's even better when it gets you extra bases. Got to looking in at your dugout.
I guess I'll do the rest later. But it's cool. These innings that you give guys off, it helps. It definitely plays. Helps rest guys. Percy, did he get enough? Nope. Leonard Starr is going to move on over to third. He's another Leonard Starr. He's another bases loaded guy. Brett Howe, Wayne Pace, and Terrence Fendy. Probably the only superstars to come out of bases loaded for us. The rest are like guys on those mixed muggle / pure blood teams, or backup players for me or Mark. DJ Jackson with another hit. He's on fire. Are there really possums living in the broadcast booth? What are your guys' thoughts about the pitch clock? I'm not a big pitch clock guy. I think they could do without it. I think there's other things they could do to speed up the game without the pitch clock. And as Michael Kay often says in Yankee broadcasts, a 3-hour game is not a problem as long as they're in that 3 hours is the lots of action. You know, if a lot of the 3 hours is just a pitcher walking off the mound 35 times and a batter stepping out of the batter's box and undoing and redoing his batting gloves and fixing his helmet and his belt and taking swings, that's not a fun 3-hour game. But if it's chock full of action, is that a grand slam? Yes, it is. Nelson Miles. About 2 or 3 rows deep down the left field line. And talk about the game being busted wide open.
Keep the score right where it is. Seems like a tough task today with the way this lineup is swinging it.
One out, base is empty. Here's the shortstop at the
Sky Sox just simply getting embarrassed.
base hit, left center field. Now he'll turn for second. The throw in. Not gonna get him. He's in there.
Yeah, the mound issues can be annoying.
Reynolds.
But, I mean, it does give pitchers a chance to settle down and stuff like that.
Hit for the second out.
Because sometimes they need it, man. Especially those 90-degree days where it's probably like so hot.
Getting ready to
What's going on? Why don't I see?
Trying to keep the line moving. This is the guy you want to
Why is my
play
stream like
such
so
a
far
big hitter.
behind?
Can also flash some power.
fall off foul.
Romy Rain's gonna get one more at bat tonight, Mario.
We're at the top of the eighth.
I'll do this a lot more. I intended it to do it last week, but like I said, everything lined up for the 100th episode. Romy Rains, did he get enough of that one? That ball is gone! Romy Rains!
An absolute smash.
Point to the booth, point to Mario, point to the camera.
Run of the inning.
That one's for Mario.
It's 19
No replay? Come on.
to 0.
Wow. Batted around in this inning. Nelson or Leonard Starr, who's hitting for Steve Stewart, gets in at bat to end the game, to end the inning. 19-0, and I still get the hit in the ninth.
Now into the ball game on defense.
Not previous play. Oh, I don't like that at all, Murph. That's got to be that. No. No. That can't be a thing. I hate the 3 batter rule. My solution is maybe you can have 30 guys on a team, right? But say only a certain amount of those pitchers are available for any given series. Like they can travel with the team, but they're not available. They're just you have to put a roster together before every series and limit the amount of bullpen guys that you can use, and I think that will kill the pitching changes. And again, when guys are struggling, it'll give other teams a chance to, hit better, and it could liven up more games. Here's a replay of that 2-run shot by Jerome Rains. Hitting some wall scrapers tonight, aren't I? Not many no-doubters. This one between the home run fence and that concourse. Richard Mays, just watch it soar over his head and doesn't even hit the concourse. Goes underneath. I get a Rogers Center vibe with that one right there. Nicely done, Jerome. Give the fans what they came here to see. Meanwhile, Parker Kilcullen is pitching a 2-run gem. He just gave up 2 runs. On to the 9th, Percy Caney.
Now it's the switch hitting outfielder, Percy Payne.
Again, I don't know much about hockey, Murph, so, I mean, if that's a thing, like, what do? They have only certain players that they can play every series? I think that's a good way to limit how many pitchers, to keep the mount or the pitching changes down without having to face, 3, and it gives you a different strategy that you have to use. Percy got under one.
Tyson under it.
And then maybe if a guy gets hurt, then you can bring in, somebody off the different, from that roster, from that same roster.
DJ Jackson.
My replay thing's not showing live, but, I mean, you guys seem to be getting this, right? Oh, another one straight up in the air.
Behind the plate.
Just trying to get that 20 run.
He's there. He's got it. 2 down. And down
Come on,
the first
Porfy.
baseman.
Nice little solo shot here.
Playing in future at bats.
Your second of the game.
Good, but you can't hit it. It was just too high and
William Yang. He doesn't look like a William Yang, does he? I'm swinging at everything. Yeah, see, I like that idea. I think that'll limit the amount of bullpen changes you get. You have to be smart with your bullpen guys. You don't get to have your best guys for every game, so you kind of have to save them for better teams and better series. And I think maybe that can give... Oh, there we go! Porfy! A no-doubter for a second home run to give the Gamblers 20 runs. And I think he knew it when he hit it, that it was out of here.
It's 20-2. A good hitter gets pitch recognition early. He saw exactly where that was going to be. The challenge, not get over anxious and come out of your swing. He stayed on it.
405 feet, 105 miles an hour off the bat. Just missed the glass of the luxury seating out there. And they have to go to Ryan Pelliter to face Carlos Padilla with 2 outs in the 9th. An 18-run deficit is what the Sky Sox are looking at, and Carlos Padilla just keeps the inning going with a line shot back up the middle. And here's Nelson Miles, who really blew the game open with that grand slam in his last at-bat. This one's been a lot more fun than most games I play on here. I mean, blowouts aren't always fun, especially if they're against you, but... Oh, that's going to end the inning. Richard Mays is going to track that one down. A solo shot from Porfirio Betamit. And here's a replay of that home run. He just flips that bat away and trots over to first. 20-2. Let's see if Parker can close this out. Well, one pitch, one ground ball out. I think they'll probably give the game to Porfy. Usually if someone hits 2 home runs, they give it to them. We always call it the Miller Lite player of the game. Ever since we were kids, it was always called the Miller Lite player of the game. 3 pitches, 4 pitches, 2 outs. And Alvar Demas, a new true blood to the league. Is all that is standing between a Parker Kilcullen 2-run complete game to save the bullpen, and he strikes out swinging, and that's your ball game, fellas. That was fun. I hope you guys like that too. But like I said, I'll do this more, because a lot of times I'll record videos without playing my game, and if I have everything set up, why not just, go live and see who's on and wants to chat a little bit and take a look at some of the Ricky Davis League guys. And again, I'll be playing in some of your stadiums. And if I start earlier, if it's not 4 in the morning, holy shit. If it's not 4 in the morning, I can play some RDL All-Star games after and play in any random stadium, that you guys want me to play in. So there's an option too. Here's Porfy's second home run. Did he go yard from both sides of the plate? Was his first one Oppo? Oh, look at Parker Kilcullen. He's a baby. That was fun. Murph, again, thank you for that awesome stadium. Porfirio Betamit went 4 for 5 with 2 dingers. Jackson was 4 for 6 with a dinger. Raines was 3 for 6 with a dinger. And Nelson Miles 2 for 5 with a dinger. Wow, all them runs scored. Ricky and Steve Stewart only had one of them ribbies. Jackson and Porfirio Betamit 8 runs. And Nelson Miles had 5 RBIs thanks to that grand slam. Look at all those home runs. Let's see. You can go to the replay vault. Home runs. Not all plays. What's happening? There we go. All players. Betamit homered to center. Yep, from the left side. So he hit one from each side of the plate. Bettamy and Reigns and Percy, my 3 switch hitters. Hit that laser. Boom. I think left-handed hitter opposite field home runs are much prettier than right-handed opposite field home runs. I think home runs in general hit off lefty or from lefties are better. I mean, just look at Junior. And I look back to that 95 playoff game where Jim Leyritz walked off. Ruben Sierra hit that gorgeous home run. Paul O'Neill hit a beautiful home run. And Don Mattingly, all in the same game. All right, fellas. Well, I think that's just about enough. I've been on for 4 more hours. So we're talking about 10 hours of streaming today. And as I said, 13,000 times. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. We'll go back to the normal thing as soon as I get enough stadium requests now that I've officially opened that back up. Currently, I have 13 in the queue. I usually like to do about 15 stadiums. Some of these are old ones that I've already done. So, yeah, they're coming soon. Throwback Field. That's one that I've had in the queue for a while because I think he forgot to actually upload it. Sympathy for Mario is back. Haven't seen him in a while. Overstock Field is a new creator. PC SRT Charger. I briefly went through this, but he says he basically learned how to make stadiums watching your channel. That's fantastic, man. Thanks. I'm so glad that you're finding these useful. Knoxville Park from Sandman Dan. I don't think we showed that today. Qualtrics Park from MT Green 23. Is he new? Yep, he says this is my first stadium. Took a lot of inspiration from Target Field and Coors Field. So we have that to look forward to. Tribute Park from Texas Ags. A tribute to Studio 44 and Soul 21. Aw. Something in the stadium for each of you guys is a big thank you for what you do in making the creation process fun. Well, I hope so. That's the idea, is to A, entertain, B, help people find good stadiums to use, C, to find inspiration for creating stadiums, and D, helping people show off their stadiums. Batsman Palace, Studio 44. I think I showed this one today, but again, I am going to show it again because any 6-hour video or 4-hour video doesn't often get scrolled through the whole way. So I want to make sure that those parks get featured. Scotty Warren has the 3 that I stamped for him. So that's one that we can delete. I think I showed one of his. Did I show one of those? I'm not sure. But maybe I'll do another stream again live and do that and get some of those stadiums that I missed. The main thing I wanted to do was get some of those older stamped stadiums in that people might have forgot about. And I got a couple of those in very early on in the stream. I showed the stadium, Fresh One Field 3, Fresh One X Doug. He remixed Twitch Field. So I showed that while Sewell was on the phone with me. And then Lemur F Baby has another stadium. I'm a big fan of his work. Cyclo Field New I showed from Fiserv, but maybe I'll show it again. Fenway Park at the Charles. This was from Kamo Brew. He came in just after I recorded, I think, my last before that little all-star break. IBM Park, we showed that, but I'm going to show it again. And Throwback Field, PFK None, that's the one that I wanted to show but didn't have the information for. So, I don't know. For some reason, it's so hard to end these streams, so hard to say goodbye. But I had tons of fun. Thank you to Sewell. Thank you to... Let me see if I can remember everybody. Sewell. Oh, my gosh. Did I turn this off? Am I not live anymore? Have I just been rambling for no reason? No, I'm still live. Okay, because it still says 4-6. Okay. Thanks, Murph. I hope to get those 100 up faster. The next 100, just because of the new system I have for editing and stuff like that. So I want to try to pull in some more users or some more viewers somehow. Because, like I said, I only have 600 subscribers. I feel like I've been at the 16s. I've been at like I've been up to 613. That's the highest I've been. But I've gone back down to 612 like 3 times. So I lose a subscriber here and there. So I want to pull in viewers from like Twitch or Instagram or some other, or TikTok. You know, get like shorter clips of like highlight videos of certain stadiums to some of those different platforms, and I want to see the full videos, you know, and then maybe pull them back into YouTube, but we'll see. Don't forget, I'd really appreciate if you checked out my dashboard website, Studio 44 shop. Plenty of cool merch in there if you want to support the channel. I'd love to upgrade some equipment, and your support would definitely help that, even though you guys support me in so many ways with showing up at the premieres and showing up at the streams and contributing your stadiums. That's a huge help, because you guys help make my content so much better, and I appreciate that. So please don't think I don't appreciate that. But check out Stadium Center, Sewell's channel. But let me go back to real quick. Who did I talk to first? Arch, then Sewell, then Dodger Blue, Pfizer for a little bit. His battery died. Jace Chiff, right? I talked to. Is that it? Those 5? I would love to get back on with Murph, because we only touched up one stadium. We'll make that happen again. I'd love to talk to Sandman Dan. I'd love to get a Scotty Warren on, or a Sluggish Moth on, or a Schmitty. You know, some of those guys who contributed so many stadiums for so long. That would be fantastic. I don't think that we have to wait for another milestone video to do that either, so we'll make that happen. But what do you know? I'm rambling. Subscribe to the channel, like the video if you haven't already, and make sure you turn on those notifications so you know when the first of the second half of 2024's Life stadiums come back out in a Stadium Extravaganza video right here in Studio 44. So thank you guys so much. We'll catch